Hello.
Hey, Stephen. Hey, Tony.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Alex. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good.
Glad to hear it.
Was just roughhousing with my 6-year-old nephew. I'm in Minnesota this week.
Okay.
How's the weather out there?
It is frigid, and there's like several feet of snow.
Wow. Well, enjoy it because you're not going to see any of that back home here.
Mm.
6:25, so we've got a few minutes before we'll start the meeting. I almost feel like we should have uh, music playing here while we get ready to start. Don't ask me to sing. You don't want to hear me sing. Alex, are you prepared to briefly display the agenda when we approve it?
Yeah, I could pull it up.
$6.27. Good evening, Commissioner Barry.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hey, Sheena.
Hi. How are you guys?
Doing great, thanks. Hope you are too.
I am.
It's 6:29. Nigro. And there's Commissioner Nigro. Good evening, everyone. It is 6:30 p.m. on March the 9th, 2023. This is the March public meeting for Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2G, being conducted virtually. We have all six commissioners present. However, we will formally take the roll call. Mr. Secretary, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, 2G01,
Present.
2G02,
Present.
2G03 present, 2G04,
Present.
2G05,
Present.
2G06.
Me.
All right, we have 6 of 6 commissioners. We have a quorum to do business. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We do have the agenda. If Mr. Secretary, if you can briefly display it.
I do not have.
Oh, let me take it care of. Sorry. Okay, you should be able to do that now.
Okay. This is the agenda that was circulated.
If there are any proposed changes, please indicate. Otherwise, I would welcome a motion to approve the agenda as circulated.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's probably moved and seconded. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, you can take down the agenda. As is our custom, the first item on the agenda is to hear from the Metropolitan Police Department so that the officers and officials that are participating are able to return to their duties as quickly as possible. So I'm going to promote Lieutenant Stephen Miller, the panelist, so that he can present crime statistics and answer any questions from the commission and the public.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lieutenant.
All right, well, my name is Stephen Miller. I am the lieutenant in ANC 2G on the evening shift. So I'll just go through the basic crime stats for the ANC for year to date. We have 0 homicides, 0 sex abuse calls. We have 2 assaults with dangerous weapons, 7 robberies, 4 burglaries, 33 theft from autos, 56 regular thefts, and 21 motor vehicle thefts. All those stats are down from the previous year. The only stat that's up is motor vehicle theft, and that's up 21 last year, 15. For homicides, we have 0. Last year we had 1 at this time frame. For the 3rd district overall, there's only been 1 homicide in the 3rd district this year. In the city, there's been 41 total. And for the 3rd district, basically all the crime is the same as last year, same levels. The only thing that's up is motor vehicle thefts. Most of those are vehicles left unattended. And then the Kias and Honda that were being stolen on a regular basis. So that's what I have. And if anybody has any questions, you can ask them now.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Commissioners, questions for the Lieutenant? Hearing none. Commissioner Nigro, you don't have any questions? I'm shocked.
I was dealing with a family issue right before I got on here, so I didn't have my criminal prep like I normally do. So if ask the community, so give me a second.
All right then. If members of the community that are on the call would like to pose a question to Lieutenant Miller, please indicate by raising your hand, or if you're on the phone, dialing *69. And I'm not seeing any hands being raised. So we'll go back to Commissioner Nygaard.
So wait, this 3D, right?
Yeah.
So, right. Okay, so I want to thank on behalf of my constituency the apprehension of the serial slasher, because that was very traumatic for about 4 days, and we had many car tires slashed. And I think it was great work from the police and from the community, because many videos were forwarded to the police, and so he was apprehended. But my question is, now what with that person? Do you know, Lieutenant?
Once it's out of our hands, the court system, I don't know if he's been released or if he's being held. I'm trying to look it up right now. Let's see here. Yeah, it doesn't say. It just said it was closed with the arrest. Individual detectives and Officer Dowd saw the suspect matching the lookout from video footage. Somebody had video footage on the side of their building. They located him and placed him on the arrest. The guy admitted to slashing the tires, and that's all we have on that. I'm not
Many
sure.
tires.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can follow up with the captain.
Yeah, I mean, if you shoot me an email, I can go talk to
Okay.
the CID detective's office and get that information for you. Email you back.
Okay, and also we had shots fired on the 400 block of N Street. Is there a follow-up from that? That was about 10 days ago.
10 days ago. Let's see.
It was.
Do you have the date?
Give me 1 second.
All right.
Everything's on my social media account here. Hold on 1 second. Because we got some conflicting information of that it was a lot versus a little. This was on February 23rd,
Okay, hold on. And what time?
around 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m.
And it was this at 743 Fairmont Street?
No, this was
Yeah.
this is on the 400 block of N Street.
Yeah, the only one that we have for ShotSpotter was on that date and that time was on Fairmont Street, and that was multiple shots. Officers canvassed and they located let's see here, 48 rounds located. I don't know if that got picked up in your area or that.
No, I always talk to the watch commander, so as per my post, I spoke to the watch commander. So that it happened. I'll follow up.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the watch commander reports right now, and there's nothing done on the 23rd for evenings or midnight shift. The only one we have is for Fairmont Street. I mean, you could have possibly heard it from. Nah, it's kind of far, but
Was it the 22nd? Or maybe it shouldn't have been.
let me check the 22nd.
No.
Yeah, nothing on the.
Okay,
on the
so all right, so I can follow up on that because that block is known for, unfortunately, for shots fired. So it's a little early in the season, as we say.
Yeah, if you shoot me an email with the dates and I can further research that, spend some more time on
Okay.
it.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Oh, wait, there's more. February 13th. I forget. I just wasn't prepared. February 13th, there were shots fired on the 1200 block of Fifth Street. What happened with that one? February 13th. February 13th, 1200 block of Fifth Street.
Let's see, 3 shell casings were found, 2 live rounds, and then video surveillance was located showing 3 subjects running after discharging the weapons. And I can give you the report numbers for that, but that's all I have for that right now.
But there's no follow-up, like,
Yeah, there's nobody was
Okay.
arrested. We just recovered the shell casings, 3 shell casings and 2 rounds.
okay,
And that happened at 3:40 in the afternoon.
yep.
Commissioner McCarty?
Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Miller. First off, it's very nice to hear that crime is down year over year. I did have two quick questions. One, I know auto thefts are up, and I believe there's a program. Is it with MPD to get the free steering wheel locks? Or
Yeah.
where can residents go to grab those?
Yeah, I can give you that information. I got it right here. So you can come to any police station, and the criteria is you must be a District of Columbia resident. So you got to bring some sort of ID for that. You have to possess a Honda or Kia vehicle model year 2011 to 2021. And you must bring your registration, or they have the vehicle outside so they can physically verify that. They'll give you 1 wheel lock per vehicle, and they have like a barcode or one of those little QR codes. They scan that, so they make sure you don't get more than 1 for the same vehicle. And then all the districts have those, and you can call or just show up, pick it up at any police station. We have them here at the 3rd district right now.
Thank you so
And-
much.
And then that is the majority of the stolen vehicles have been these Kias and Hyundais, and vehicles left running. I would say 90% of the stolen autos in our district are vehicles left running. Uber Eats, DoorDash, food delivery, people running in to pick up their own food, picking up their kids. Very few are actually cars getting broken into, windows broken, and the car being stolen.
Thank you so much. And then one quick question. I had a follow-up with John Fleming from the MPD, who came out and presented at last month's meeting.
Okay.
On February 8th, there were some spent shell casings found on the 900 block of N Street Northwest. I asked for follow-up, but didn't get any additional. So I'm wondering if there are any updates to that case that you could share with us.
Let me see if I can find this. February 8th. February 8th. And what was the address again? Was there an address?
900 block of N Street Northwest.
All right. So it says officers responded to the scene, took a report for unlawful discharge of a firearm, but there was no shell casings or no property damage located.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Commissioner Mary?
Hi, yes, I was just trying to offer Commissioner Niger some backup because I did hear those shots. I was told that it was like 10 shots. It was a car being shot up on New Jersey Avenue. So that's what I heard. It was like February 23rd. It was at night, almost 10 p.m. that happened. I was also told that no one was injured, but it was just gunshots fired into cars.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can. I'll
Right.
check 24th here. Yeah, I did the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, and there was no reports done, and that goes on the watch commander report. So either it wasn't reported to the watch commander.
Mhm.
Well, wait, I talked to him. So
Mhm.
it was reported.
Yeah, so I mean, they might have forgot to put it on this. That's the only thing I can think of because it's not on any. But I can look it up. Shoot me an email, and my email
Okay.
Stephen M. Miller, and
Okay.
any questions regarding any, and then I'll get back to you
Okay.
on that. And that's for anybody. Well, if they have any questions they don't want to ask, or if they want before next meeting. If they have something detailed, it's gonna take a lot of research, shoot it beforehand so I can have that get on.
Right, any more questions for the lieutenant from the members of the commission? If not, last round up, we do have an attendee with question. Seeing the hand. Here it goes. All right, Christy, go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, Lieutenant. I heard from a neighbor that there was a gunpoint mugging on 25 February at the corner of 9th and P. Do you all have anything on that?
Okay, you said February 25th?
Correct. It was nighttime, so there's a possibility it was into the morning hours of the 26th.
So what was the 800P?
9th and P.
Yeah, so we had an armed robbery at 8th and P.
Okay.
So and that happened at 9:10 p.m. And basically it says the complaining person was walking southbound 1500 block of 9th Street when he began to cross the crosswalk. Observed described as a black Chrysler 300 parked on the north side of the street. Two suspects approached him and stated, "Give me everything you got." One of the suspects displayed a handgun. The suspects removed C1's moose knuckle jacket, wallet containing an air tag, and $300 in U.S. currency and earbuds. The air tag was tracked to the rear of 1465 Girard Street West and inside of a black and colored Dodge Charger. The vehicle was reported stolen. The vehicle was recovered. And the vehicle was reported as a hop-in from 5109 13th Street. So the car was stolen. Whoever stole the car committed the robbery. The jacket wasn't recovered, but the stolen vehicle was recovered. So that's the status right now. So we have no suspects information in regards to that. Just recovered stolen auto, the robbery.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And then they use that air tag to track it. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but a lot of people have been using those in their vehicles, expensive jackets, anything, and we're able to track that. It's pretty good. It's worked out pretty well for us.
All right, there appear to be no other questions for you, Lieutenant. We appreciate your making yourself available this evening.
Hey, Alex, can I say something? So I would love, Lieutenant, I say this every time, I would love a foot patrol down in 2G06. Got it?
We have,
You hear me?
yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I was just looking over there and see because we have a foot B.
You do?
7th and O.
Well, that I'm well aware of. Could they come south?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That'd be great.
We're short on staff, but we'll definitely keep that in consideration. And if you
That has
guys
been the line given to me for many, many years now, but it would be great. Bike,
Yeah.
foot,
I-
scooter thing.
we'll definitely look into that. And if you want me to come out
Okay.
there, you guys want to meet up and come out there, I come out there and meet you guys somewhere. Just shoot me an email.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Lieutenant, we actually do have one question from Elder Dane Thomas. So, Elder Thomas,
Yes,
go ahead.
thank you. I was wondering if we could get some attention paid to a court behind the new construction where parcel 42 is. That end of that alley has been cut off. Its entrance is on the 600 block of S Street. Had an uptick in homeless back there and a really big uptick in drug use back there. We got some people coming in on a lot of the properties back there, and we got some luxury properties back there and some people who are pretty concerned. So I'm wondering if we could just get some extra attention paid back there.
And that's the rear of 600 S Street.
Yeah, it's like it's an alley. and it goes through to Rhode Island, but it's been cut off because of the new construction on parcel 42.
Yeah, I'll make sure in roll call on evenings, I'll have people go out there and do a couple checks each tour
Okay. and
then report back. If you, like I said, if you see anything going on right then and there, any criminal activity, just
Yeah.
make sure you don't. But I will pass this on to the evening officers to make sure they start doing some checks in there.
All right. Thank you very much, Lieutenant.
No problem.
So Alex Pedro, in our last meeting, we were supposed to open up the chat completely. Are you able to do that? I can't remember from
Yes,
the
I saw
slide.
that question and I went in and so people should be able to chat now. So hopefully we'll see some activity there soon.
I think.
And there was one other hand. Oops, no, they lowered their hand. All right, Lieutenant, again, many thanks. And we appreciate your participation and the efforts of yourself and your team.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, anybody feel free to email me, reach out. We can meet up, talk offline, emails. I can get back to you. No problem at all.
Great. Many thanks. Have a good evening.
All right, you too. Thanks a lot.
Next, we have a special guest, our Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto. Promote her to panelist. She should be coming in shortly. Welcome, Councilmember.
Thank you so much, Chair Padro, and great to see you all, commissioners and members of the public. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely.
So if I may, I can kick it off. I thought I can give some updates on where we are with some legislation we're moving on, the budget process, and then most importantly, want to make sure that there's time for any questions that anybody may have. So we have been working hard this year and introduced a number of pieces of legislation around increasing access to public restrooms around the city, streamlining our healthcare processes so that patients and their doctors can access care without insurance providers getting in the way. Access. Sorry.
Wet and her t-shirt just got wet.
I think somebody made.
Brother Thomas, you need to be muted.
Chair Padro, can we remove Elder Thomas and Kristen
Yes.
from the panelists?
That.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So anyway, I was talking about some of the other legislation that we've introduced this year, also for rebates for electric bikes, and a reduction in vehicular noise that I know continues to be in the neighborhood. As many of you know, I have started a new role as chairwoman of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm sorry, I'm not able to put, oh, there we go. And I am really honored and happy to have this role. I hear every single day from neighbors in 2G and all of Ward 2 and every one of our 8 wards that public safety is the top priority for residents, and addressing and reducing crime and violence and making our city safer is my absolute #1 top priority. I mean, as chairwoman, I'm focused on holding our agencies accountable and ensuring that they have the resources that they need to meet the public safety needs of our city. One of my priorities is addressing the epidemic of gun violence that we continue to see. I held a 3-day public roundtable this past weekend to bring the community and government agencies and national experts together to address this crisis. So we heard from public witnesses virtually on Friday over Zoom. We heard from public witnesses in person on Saturday at the Anacostia Neighborhood Library in Ward 8. And then on Monday, we had a roundtable discussion with many of our government leaders focused on public safety, as well as national experts to move forward solutions. And my team and I are now working on legislation to implement a lot of what we heard, and hopefully see some major reforms and improvements to public safety that I know is top of all of our mind. I'm also really focused on the committee on domestic violence and hate crimes that we continue to see, as well as improving youth interventions and supports and better serving our returning citizen population, ensuring that they have the resources they need as they come back to society productively and to reduce recidivism. I'm fighting this budget season to get our police and our mental health professionals more staffing to support their needs. I heard you, Commissioner Nigro, asking for more foot and bike patrols into GO6, and I think that that's a continued concern and request we hear from residents. Is they want to see police in their communities and they want to see them out of their cars and patrolling the neighborhoods. And it's something that I've spoken with all of our police commanders and leadership about, and it continues to come down to a staffing concern. And so we're doing everything we can to try to address the staffing, not just from a budgetary perspective, but on the hiring pipeline and retention challenges that we've seen. On the topic of public safety, I wanted to take a minute and give a brief update on the revised criminal code. I know this has been in the news a lot lately. So disappointingly yesterday, the Senate voted to disapprove the revisions of the criminal code. And it's the first time in 30 years that by law, Congress stepped in and directly overturned a law that we passed in the city. And I think it's a really concerning and scary reminder of how important it is to become the 51st state so we can have true local control over our laws, and in consultation with district residents and with our elected leaders who are accountable to you all. And so it was a really sad day for statehood. And we're going to continue to fight every step of the way to make sure that our local autonomy can be honored. In terms of the substance of what's going on now with the criminal code, so it makes all of the revisions and that law moot. I think strategically, it doesn't make sense to remove a bill right now. I think it would just get overturned again. And so what I'm committed to doing is working with all of our partners over the next several months, whether it's our council colleagues, the mayor, our attorney general, police chief, U.S. attorney, and our congressional allies in putting together revisions in a practical way that are needed and that can get passed. I continue to think that it's going to improve our public safety if we have an updated and modernized code. As many of you know, our code was written in 1901. There's not a standalone offense for assault, for example, in our code. And prosecutors and judges and defense attorneys continue to say we need a modernized code. This is something that most every state in the United States did 30 or 40 years ago. And it just kind of got blown out of proportion with a few small pieces of the code that people had challenges with. And so that's what I'm going to work on, but probably not right now. And I also don't want to let all of this fanfare around a code revision undermine the really important and imperative and time-sensitive work that we have to do to improve public safety in our city. And I'm going to stay laser focused on that with the committee. So that's kind of where we are on that. I do want to share, in addition to our public safety goals, we also have a number of other priorities, including addressing homelessness and helping folks experiencing homelessness move into safe and stable housing, continuing to support our small business community, and helping our downtown recover from the pandemic. We know that we need a strong downtown to have a strong DC. And I think one of the best ways to do that is to have a resilient downtown with a diversity of uses. So not just office buildings, but also residents who can live downtown, affordable housing, transportation, or grocery stores, more urgent care, more child care centers. And so I'm moving a bill. I'm reintroducing a different version of my bill, the Recovery Act, that I introduced last year for some of these expanded uses, and to use our tax code and other grant programs to incentivize those uses, because I know we need to bring people downtown to have a successful downtown. I recently sent my budget request letter to Mayor Bowser and been meeting with her team, and we'll meet with her next week on behalf of Ward 2 to outline these priorities and to make sure that our priorities for 2G and on behalf of Ward 2 are included in this budget. It is going to be a different budget cycle, I'll say, than the last several years when we had such a large inflow of federal dollars. And so working to be really strategic and making sure that we can champion investments that will keep moving our city forward. I won't run through everything, but I do want to just highlight a couple of pieces for Shaw that I think are really important that we are advocating for. One is for the reinstatement of the Convention Center Wharf Circulator route. And thank you so much to Chair Padro for fighting for this inclusion, for how important it will be for access to amenities and making sure that that express route between Shaw, Logan Circle, and Mount Vernon and the wharf is direct. We're working to secure a dedicated outreach worker for the 600 block of T Street. This is where we've seen a lot of challenges with drug use, with weapons sales, with other problems. And I've been there with MPD. They have tried to assist, but the challenges there are very deep, and we need a dedicated outreach worker who is stationed there to really address the challenges that we're seeing. We're fighting for more supports for our clean teams. Shout out to Shaw Clean Team and for all of your amazing work, as well as a new electric truck for cleaning and maintenance for the Shaw Clean Team. Continuing to push for improvements for our Ward 2 schools and making sure that they have a stable and improved budget, and also for our school communities that are serving as community spaces on evening and weekends to make sure that they have the security they need to keep everybody safe, and so that we can keep having access to those school communities in the way that we should. As well as a Ward 2 Senior Center. As many of you know, last year we secured funding for senior programming in the Kennedy Rec Center, but I think it's really important that we have a standalone Ward 2 Senior Center, somewhere that's accessible to public transportation and that can serve our residents. So we're going to keep fighting on that. So the next step in the budget process will be the mayor will send her proposed budget to the council on March 22nd, which is coming up, and then we'll hold budget oversight hearings and the council will pass a final budget. And right now we're wrapping up performance oversight hearings in preparation for receiving the mayor's budget. And I've really used these performance oversight hearings to push our agencies to deliver better services for Ward 2 residents, whether that's DPW on issues around leaf collection and trash collection, which has been really struggling this year, with MPD on staffing concerns, and get to the bottom of response times and closing cases and reducing crime. And I'll continue to ask these questions and push our agencies throughout the year for better service. I've also been working directly with agencies like DDOT on specific issues affecting Ward 2. And I know one issue that's especially important to the community and to Commissioner McCarty and other neighbors is around Blagden Alley. I've heard residents' concerns loud and clear about noise and trash and traffic, and I take these concerns very seriously. And so I'm working with all of our partners and our ANC commissioners, including DDOT and the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. And thank you to Salah Sapari for all of your help here to address these problems and ensure that Blagden Alley residents can enjoy their homes and to do so safely. And so that's going to be a continued priority. And lastly, I'm really anxious to see the S Street revitalization project begin. And was really glad to send a letter to DDOT urging Washington Gas to increase their hours to complete their work so DDOT can start on the revitalization more quickly. And I know that was a priority many of you raised to me last year, and so we're going to keep fighting to make sure that it gets implemented. That's one of our focuses this year. Is the last 2 years there were a lot of funding requests and projects that we were proud to help champion and secure, and now it's implementation and making sure that they get off the ground in a timely manner and can move forward to support the community. So I will stop there. That's kind of my update, and happy to answer any questions or concerns that anybody may have.
Wonderful, thank you, Council Member. Members of the Commission, questions for Council Member Pinto?
Me.
Yes, Commissioner Nigro.
Hi, council member. So I have a question. You mentioned this outreach worker on T Street, correct?
Right.
So what does that person do? Or where is that person from? What's the
So,
goal? What is this supposed to be?
sure. So I think that it's best if this person comes from the Department of Behavioral Health, and try to address what are some of the underlying apparent mental health and drug addiction challenges that are present there. The police have been called many times, and often the response is either we don't have sufficient staff to stay, or there's nothing we can really do about this. And so we're trying to think more holistically about trying to solve the challenge there. And one of the best ways to do so is to build trust with the same person who's there every day to try to get residents the support they need and support the surrounding neighborhood, who is understandably frustrated that there are continuing incidents of drug use and needles left on the ground and defecation and other challenges that have been there. So my hope is that this investment can be a bit more successful long-term.
Okay, so thanks. So that actually leads me to I'll take one more question and then I'll stop. Is that, as you know, there's a Safe Passage program, which is currently tied into Dunbar High School, which is across from my area. And my constituents and many other people in the neighborhood, it is a complete and utter waste of money. For the Dunbar area, it is $1 million, and all they literally do is stand in front of the front doors. It is insane. So you talk about, outreach work or whatever. We need this program to work. I've been sent the job description. The job description is nothing that they do. So I'm going to add you to an email chain.
Okay.
And you can read the entire, this has been going on since fall. I am calling that this program be put to an end. And I'm not the only one that is saying, I feel like I'm the only elected official, but you have many constituents, and the workers that are there, all they literally do is stand in front of the front doors. That is $1 million worth. There you go. There's your money, taxpayer money.
I really appreciate you flagging it, because it's a important example of the investments are not sufficient. The follow-up is really what it's all about. And I continue to hear from young people every single day that one of their biggest concerns, or if not their biggest concerns, is safe passage to where they're trying to get to go. And so we know the need is there to have our young people get safely from point A to B, but we have to be addressing that need in actuality and not just in name only. So I'll definitely look into that.
Well, they need to leave the front door of the high school, and the workers have told me they are afraid of the students.
That they're
And
afraid.
now they're afraid of the students. And now I had a constituent tell me that they're afraid to leave their house during the beginning and in the end. So we're over this $1 million. So I'll add you tonight. You'll enjoy it. Happy reading. It's already up the food chain to the deputy mayor. So enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McCarty.
Hi, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you so much for being here. I will keep my comments brief because you already covered a lot of the work that you are helping support in Blagden Alley. But I do just want to reiterate a big part of the solution that we're hoping for the, to mitigate trash and noise in the alley is a compactor. Monk has been really helpful in working to connect businesses with grant opportunities. And DDOT is helping to identify and make sure space is permitted appropriately. But we could really use more support in just making sure that we get funding from somewhere, anywhere, to really make this a reality, because it will keep our alley clean, but also help limit the amount of trash hauls throughout the alley throughout the week. Also brings a lot of noise and disruption to residents' daily lives. The other big topic of concern that I continue to hear from constituents still relating to noise is ABRA. We would really love it. I would love to work with you on anything we can do to better promote transparency and accountability for ABRA. Unfortunately, a lot of residents continue to file complaints and nothing happens. They've even CC'd me on their complaints as of late, and we don't get responses at all. And so it's really alarming, really disheartening. And so I would just love to, work with you, work with anyone really, to help bring some more accountability to ABRA so we can make sure that they are supporting residents to the highest degree possible.
And can I just ask you, Commissioner, where are these complaints being filed to?
They're being filed directly with the ABRA complaint line.
Okay.
Thank you, that's all.
All right, Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you so much. And if I can, Chair Padre, just to
ahead.
respond to that briefly. So I'm just taking note of that. So, Commissioner, a couple things that you mentioned in terms of the trash compactor, I completely agree. I continue to lean on DSLBD to let them know how big of a priority this is for me, for the neighborhood. It's exactly why we funded the trash compactor program, is so that alleys and corridors like Blagden Alley, who have a lot of businesses and a lot of trash, don't see associated consequences with rodents and other challenges. So we'll continue to do that, and I know Monk is on it as well. In terms of the other noise challenges, I do just want to say, and I know that I'd love to work with you and all of the commissioners on this, but in terms of closing the alley to through traffic, and to be open only for residential vehicles and delivery trucks for businesses, that is a solution that I think could make an improvement there, but I'm not gonna, I would like the ANC Commission to move on a resolution if you'd like that to happen, so that I don't kind of get out in front of you on that. So I'll just say that, and we'd love to work with you on that.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to piggyback really quickly on what Commissioner Stephen McCarty said regarding ABRA. Oftentimes when people call the after hours complaint line, the investigators come to the establishment, stand out front, determine that no noise violation is occurring, and then leave. Unfortunately, the regulations put the onus on the complainant to open their home in the middle of the night, oftentimes, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, to invite an investigator, a stranger, into their house to take a noise reading. So that's, a lot of people aren't comfortable with that. So there's this challenge, and ABRA investigators oftentimes are not voluntarily going to the complainant's home. So that's maybe something that can be addressed legislatively in terms of how we substantiate noise complaints for establishments. But I wanted to shift with a question regarding MPD oversight. So in light of another MPD officer having charges brought against them, this time in the murder of Antoine Gilmore, which occurred just blocks from ANC 2G, and the recent proposal by Councilmember Gray that would actually limit the time to investigate the misconduct of officers. How do we ensure accountability and safety when the public interacts with officers?
Thank you so much. And it's a really important question. And I'll just say, Commissioner, to the ABRA point, I'll follow up not just with ABRA, but also with Councilor McDuffie, who has oversight over ABRA, and make sure that he can keep pushing the agency for improvements from his oversight perspective as well. In terms of MPD accountability, I think that this is a really important part of our plan to improve public safety. We know that when residents trust the police and the police are accountable to residents, they're more likely to call them, they're more likely to make complaints, they're less likely to resort to retaliatory violence. And so it's really important for accountability, and accountability is really important for public safety. So I just want to say that at the front end. Part of what we're doing in the committee is on a case-by-case basis and working with MPD, both to bring light to these cases and to make sure that there are reforms and policy changes internal to the department that are responsive to challenges that we've seen. In terms of Councilmember Gray's bill that calls for more staffing for the police department and some of the hiring practices and other collective bargaining issues, some of this is part of our police reform legislation that the council moved that was responsive to the Police Reform Commission on bringing some transparency. I think, and just to be kind of honest about where my mind is on some of this, I think there is a viable or a fair conversation that we need to have in the city about what information should be shared online. So for example, there are any incident right now, basically, if an officer is 10 minutes late to work or misplaces their laptop, that is considered a disciplinary matter that could be placed online versus the constitutional rights violations or violating somebody's personhood or dignity. And I think that that's a very different line that we need to have an honest conversation about how we're treating all employees of our agencies, and in a way, in a time period when we're having a really hard time hiring with recruitment. So I will say that's kind of how I'm balancing these issues and wanting to have a police department that is accountable and responsive, and also wanting to support our police in a lot of the work that they're doing. And that doesn't mean that we turn a blind eye when challenges do arise that need to be brought to light.
Thanks. I want to raise just maybe a couple opportunities that I see for more efficient use of the existing MPD resources. The first is during the recent oversight hearing, the U.S. Attorney's Office stated that in 2022, only 46% of MPD arrests for felony arrests were papered, and that a great deal of those that were not papered were due to the fact that there was not sufficient evidence to bring charges. So one thing I think MPD needs to do a better job about, like how they're policing and making arrests, so that when they do, arrest somebody, that they're doing it for just cause or for probable cause. Secondly, I think there's a 2-year-old program with the Department of Behavioral Health to divert 911 calls to like a behavioral health specialist. I think in the oversight hearing, they said that only maybe 1 call per day in 2022 were being diverted. So that is a program that is being underutilized, and also like resulting, I feel like, with MPD officers responding to calls where a behavioral health specialist is much more better equipped to respond to that call. So this is the second thing. And then the third thing is that the third thing is it just came to light this evening that the MPD union is appealing to congressional Republicans to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act, which was passed in 2020, which, among other things, prohibits the use of neck restraints and using tear gas on protesters, including Black Lives Matter protesters. So I know that this is something that was legislation that appeared before your committee. I'm interested to hear from you. This is like necessarily kind of an expansion on what the Republicans and the Democrats, frankly, just did with RCCA. Like how can we protect the reforms that we've made here in the district?
Yeah. So thank you for those ideas. In terms of the papering, it's an issue that we're focused on. It's what we spent a lot of time talking about at my roundtable on Monday, with why we aren't papering or closing cases, papering them, and this evidence issue came up again. And so it's something we're going to continue to push for, that we need to close cases where people are being arrested and that there's viable evidence to do so, and we need to make sure that there is trust and persistence throughout the system of that process. In terms of the community response team and the pilot program that you mentioned, I think, frankly, this is a big concern of mine, because I think it's an example of an excellent idea that didn't come with the associated implementation plan. And so what we have is crisis response team, who are amazing people, who are stretched way too thin, Not all of them have the necessary training. I'll just be transparent with folks. A lot of times when behavioral health specialists are called, they say this was the wrong diversion and the police need to be here. So this is not a call that police are making. This is a call that OUC dispatchers at the Office of Unified Communications are making. And it's something I just spoke with the new director about. And I just went on a tour of OUC last week to talk about this pilot program exactly, and to make sure that it had the necessary training and staffing to accommodate this program, which is a great idea, but needs associated supports. And OUC has partnered with the Harvard Kennedy School on its expansion, and they're really excited about where it's going. And so that's going to be an issue that I'm continuing to follow up with. I hear it every day. I was visiting a shelter this morning, and the police were called for an issue that was clearly a behavioral health challenge. But the police were called. And so they were there trying to help, but they don't have all that training. And so it's really important that we provide the community response teams and the behavioral health experts with the training they need, just like most of our key agencies. When I meet with Dr. Bazaron, who leads the Department of Behavioral Health, she tells me that they have major staffing challenges and they have major pipeline challenges with a lot of therapists and behavioral health experts not applying for those jobs. And so we're looking for other creative ways to expand access for education, for licensure, so we can get these really important roles filled. And to your last question about the policing reform, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, I was trying to address that earlier when I was talking about some of the reforms that the city worked on. I was not the chair of the Judiciary Committee at the time that those reforms were passed. But yes, Congress has certain congressmen have announced today that they're seeking to overturn another one of DC's bills about policing reform. And it's really disappointing. And it's a perfect example of such a slippery slope of congressional Republicans trying to use this moment in undermining our local autonomy. And I remain consistent regardless of what the topic is, that it's absolutely unacceptable and inappropriate for them to intervene in our local affairs. When it comes to this topic, I think, as I said earlier, that police accountability is important to public safety and is a value that we're going to continue to fight for and support. I can't speak to the police union's position. I have spoken with many police officers and the union about a lot of ideas they have for reforms to support the department, and I'll continue to work with them on other ways to do that. But like all things, it should be handled locally and not by congressional Republicans intervening in our affairs.
Thank you for those thoughtful responses.
Commissioner Berry.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. Nice to see you.
Thank you for making it to our meeting tonight. I wanted to say something. You were talking about public safety, and as that was happening, there was a shooting on 7th and O. Hear the shots fired. In fact, some of our guests tonight will not be able to present tonight because of that. But public safety is very important. You mentioned community engagement with the Kennedy Rec Center. That is something that is very important to this community and could have the potential of doing so much to pull us together. It could also provide a safe haven for young adults and senior citizens and those who are most at risk. I wanted to know if you had any idea of when that would close, and if we have any possible ideas as to how we can make sure that crime doesn't increase, or when we close it, if we could be a little bit thoughtful about when we decide to close it, so that it's not during summer months, so that it's in the peak of crime. For instance, if I was under the impression that it was supposed to close in fall, that would be a much better time frame versus it closing in February, which would mean that it would be closed for the entire summer and into, the entire amount of warm weather, which is when crime increases. So that's the first thing I wanted to ask you, and I have like one more question as well. Yeah. Do you want to answer that, or you want me to ask my second question?
Oh, sure. Whatever your preference. But so for Kennedy Rec Center, I am totally with you. I think that's a really good point about the timing. And frankly, as you know, I try to work collaboratively with all of our agencies, but this is an issue I have been extremely frustrated with, with Kennedy Rec Center and the kind of different facts we continue to get along the way. I am meeting with the director of DPR and DGS next week, and this is the very top of the priority list to make sure that we have a closure date, that we're being considerate of the contextual pieces here that we really need to be, especially with the summer months and the trends in crime that we've seen. Also, for when it closes, regardless of what season that is, that we have a backup plan for swing space for people to go to, which it has not been secured yet, which is something that we're going to continue to push for. And to make sure that we both have a space for seniors and a recording studio for our young people, which is a continuing need and request that I've heard from folks with access who want access to recording space to participate productively in activities. And so I'm going to raise this with the directors. I'm going to keep pushing for this. And I know it's a real important need for the community. And I'm just want to say about the shooting that just happened while we were on this meeting, I'm so sorry. And it's just so heartbreaking that this continues to happen. And I know all of us, and I know our police are working so hard to try to prevent this and try to respond accordingly. But clearly we need more supports and more prevention efforts so that our community can be safe. And we're going to continue working on that every day.
So lastly, I know that Commissioner Nigros brought up the Safe Passages program. I wanted to ask exactly what all the Safe Passages program included. Was one of the benefits of that for students who are bullied? And if so, I felt like that's a program worth keeping and restructuring. I had the idea that maybe if the employees are afraid of the students, that perhaps we work together with people who are re-entering society, or from returning from, our prison systems and our jail communities, if they could, work with the school to help students to not do that, because I don't think they would be afraid of the students. I'm just brainstorming ideas, especially if it is a program that also helps students who are bullied and afraid to walk to school, because that could be that could be a huge burden to carry as a student, not knowing if you'll be safe walking to school, or if you'll make it, or if you're going to get jumped when you walk out the door. So we want to provide that. We also want the program to be successful. We don't want residents to be afraid, but the program needs to work. The reason it was put in place was for a good reason, and I think it's worth revisiting if we can make it work. So I wanted to state my opinion on that to you, because that was brought up during this conversation. Okay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I think both things can be true, right? That it's an important program and we need to support our young people, and we need to do better about making sure that the program is effective. In terms of who we hire for Safe Passage, there are some returning citizens and otherwise credible messengers, we call them, as part of that program to help in that work. And it's definitely something that we are working on expanding, because I think you're right. It's a good way to bring in experiences of people who have committed crimes and have served their sentence, and hopefully can be helpful intervention voices for our young people. I do think that some incidents rise to such a violent level that we need police and we need trauma informed officers who know how to deal with young people. And that's what the school resource officer and public safety division or school safety division, excuse me, at MPD was kind of all about. And it's why I support bringing back the program. I do think that we need to hear the calls for more training so that these officers know how to deal with young people in particular. This isn't just a kind of chance for arrest, but this is a true relationship building and making sure that all young people and staff at schools and teachers can be kept safe. And I think there's a role for everybody. There's a real place for prevention and for safe passage, and there's a role for police. But thank you for those thoughts, and we'll keep trying to expand that and make sure it's effective.
Hey, Commissioner Barry, I'll send you the job description. You'll find it interesting. The job description might work if they actually moved from the front door. Complete waste of money.
All right, council member, I'll bring up an issue that both Commissioner Brown and I have been getting a lot of inquiries about, and that is public access to the grounds at Banneker Academic High School. When the school was being built, throughout the planning process, the community was assured that not only would the passageway following the historic route of 10th Street be open so that folks did not have to go out of their way in order to get from 10th and R down to 10th and Rhode Island, but also that there would be access to the tennis courts, access to the track, not just through permits being paid by leagues, and none of that has happened. As recently as today, I got an inquiry from a resident of the 900 block of our street, complaining about the situation with the tennis courts, which are inaccessible to the public at any time. So I'm sure that you've been getting some of those calls too, but wondering, what we need to do to get DCPS to honor the commitments that were made to the community.
Thank you so much, Chair Padra, for your work on this, and Commissioner Brown as well. And thank you, Commissioner Brown, for joining me at the Shaw Library, who spoke with many residents about this issue. I am totally with you all and with the community on this. This should be public access. The public should have right of way. And it was also promised, and it was part of the deal, and it was part of the plan. And so I share your frustration. I am meeting with Principal Berger soon to talk about this and to try to forge a path forward. One of my expectations is that there may be some public safety challenges that school leaders have, in part because of other problems that have happened at other schools that have been open to the public. And I think the best way to combat that is not to close the school off to the public, but to make sure that the city is helping provide them with security resources for nights and weekends to tamp down on any challenges for the very small few amount of people who might be causing challenges, not to come at the detriment of the rest of the community seeking to enjoy the space. And so that's my plan. That is going to be my offer to her. And that's one of the things I'm fighting for in the budget, to make sure that that can be actualized as soon as possible. So I hear you there. It's on our priority list for this spring. We're going to try to get that commitment to be honored.
Well, it would be very welcomed by folks that have been very patient. So thank you. If there are no other questions from members of the commission, we do have a couple of questions from community residents. We'll start with Christy. Go ahead.
Thanks. Appreciate your presence tonight, Ms. Pinto. Two things really quickly, just a comment. Please count mine as one more voice asking for better oversight of the Office of Unified Communications and specifically the 911 call center. And thanks for your attention there so far. Secondly, a question. It was really disturbing to hear Chief Conti earlier this week cite that the average homicide suspect has been arrested 11 times prior to them committing homicide. We hear over and over again that a very small number of violent residents are committing crimes repeatedly. Your predecessor as chair of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety spent a frustratingly large amount of attention and legislative effort helping people convicted of violent crime, for example, by enabling their early release from prison. So what are you going to do differently as council chair or committee chair? Thanks.
Well, thank you so much. It is also one of my primary concerns, and what I've spent the last 2 months or so doing is meeting with all of our agency leaders who work in this space to try to figure out where the gaps are for issues like this. And I just met earlier today with both of our chief judges for our DC Superior Court and DC Court of Appeals. And it's an exact question that I asked them. And this was news to me today that I'll just share with you, that apparently there is a DC Court of Appeals decision that interprets sentencing as you are only, and I haven't verified this, but I just learned this today, that a judge is not permitted to consider just the facts before them about the offense. Which means that if it's a person's first offense, by nature, that won't be considered serious enough. And again, I have to do some research on this and figure out a game plan forward, but I just share that as an example of things that I think can and need to be fixed legislatively. Not only do we hear that troubling statistic, and that's nationwide, I believe, that the police chief shared about the average homicide suspect, we also are seeing a major challenge with many of our victims of homicide have previously been arrested for a gun-related offense. And so when we think about rehabilitation and providing services to our youth or adults, we're not serving them by saying, best of luck out there, because many of them are falling victim to homicide. I'm also looking at some other statutory language around judicial discretion right now that really favors release and doesn't favor any kind of pretrial holding. And I don't think that we should have a system where we only hold people pretrial before the case is presented. But I do think that we need to be giving our judges more discretion for when an individual presents facts that are a danger to themselves or the community more aggressively. So that's just kind of one tiny example of an area that I'm looking at with our courts to make sure that they are empowered to play their role in kind of keeping us all safe and handling these cases with the seriousness that they deserve. I am going to be working on a lot of legislation this year about kind of every piece of our cycle. So that includes more supports for our young people. I heard over and over again this weekend from people who had been impacted by gun violence or their families had, about the lack of mental health supports and the trauma that's associated with the gun violence in communities that are sometimes leading to retaliatory gun violence. And so making sure that we're providing our communities with the mental health supports that they need. I mentioned earlier some of the efforts that I'm focused on with our returning citizens. We have the highest recidivism rate in the country, which to me says that our programming while somebody is incarcerated is failing. And so I have a bill that I introduced several weeks ago called the Fresh Starts Act around hospitality training. We have so many great hospitality employers in the city and a real dearth of employees. And there's such a diversity of skills and talents that's needed, whether it's in food preparation or cleaning or sales or marketing. And that's kind of one avenue. And then also in supporting our police and making sure that they have sufficient resources and staffing to be out of their cars patrolling, that they have sufficient staffing for detective and investigation work, so that we can close cases. And I'm going to continue working on all pieces of that apparatus and more as we try to improve public safety in our city, because I think the status quo is not working. And we need to admit that and try to forge a path forward that's going to be more effective.
Thank you. And Our last question for the council member will be from Lisa Amore. Go ahead. Lisa Amore,
Hi.
are you?
Hi, I'm unmuted. Hi, Brooke. My name is Lisa Amore, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with my name because I've been in touch with you a million times regarding various issues in the Banksy neighborhood, which we call Banksy, Blagden Alley, Naylor Court, Shepherd's Court, and which is also 2G04, where we're actually quite pleased with the work that Stephen McCarty has been doing for us since he's been elected. But I've been here for 15 years. I started petitioning to you last year about a no two-way on M Street at 9th Street. I've been one of the ones behind the appropriateness standards for the bars and restaurants in Blagden Alley. And I wanted to let you know that we were very blindsided by the way in which your team met with DDOT and Monk a couple of weeks ago with Stephen, even though he knew very much that we wanted to be involved. And I feel like he might have been blindsided by your team by not including neighbors through a walkthrough of Blagden Alley. Even though ironically, everything was stated on social media saying, oh, we walked through the Blagden Alley with neighbors. We're not quite sure who those neighbors were to give our actual feedback to what is going on in our neighborhood. And I just want you to know that, like, I've also been on so many different texts with you at so many different times of night, including 1 o'clock in the morning, exponentially, that we're disgusted by the fact that it's seemingly you're more interested in the businesses than you are in the actual neighbors of our neighborhood. And one of the most glaring aspects of this is the fact that apparently in a couple minutes from now, DDOT and Monk is going to come on and say, hey, let's put up signs in Blagden Alley to tell patrons to be quiet when they leave Never Looked Better or they leave the 18th Street Lounge. Signs aren't going to make a hill of beans of difference. You've heard the audio and you've seen the video at 1 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock in the morning of how loud it is in Blagden Alley at that time. We need to shut down Never Look Better's Blagden Alley entrance and have them only enter on 9th Street and do something substantially to the noise factor coming out of 18th Street Lounge. There are a number of neighbors in the community who have been assaulted by the actual owner of 18th Street Lounge, so they don't want their names necessarily associated with it. But the disgust that is coming right now by the actions out of you and your office is unbearable. And I felt like it was appropriate that it was finally time that a constituent actually got to tell you that. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa. And I appreciate you sharing your feelings about what's going on. I will say, as you talked about with our text messages at 1 in the morning and other correspondence, the issues that we've seen at Blagden Alley are something that I'm very aware of, that I hear from you and other neighbors about almost daily. And so it is a daily and weekly focus of me and my staff to try to resolve some of these challenges, which is why we have, brought together all of these other agencies to push forward with the trash compactor, with the noise, with ABRA, who I'm also in touch with constantly about the concerns that we hear in the alley and the noise challenges with the businesses, to try to address some of these concerns with what I'm able to do in my office, which sometimes is just push people and follow up with them and let them know I'm paying attention and that we need to see more improvements. The meeting that you're referencing was a meeting that DDOT held to see some of the concerns that on your behalf I have raised to them consistently with the director, with everybody at DDOT, every chance I get. And it is one of the first things that I raised to Director Lott and the Salah, and I've talked to Mayor Bowser about it on a number of occasions. So this has been a major priority for me because I know how frustrating it's been for you and neighbors. And so when DDOT had this meeting, which was a government meeting, my team went to make sure that the concerns of neighbors were represented, because That's my job. I represent you all. So this was not a neighbor meeting like the meetings that I've had in Blagden Alley, which I've had with neighbors. This was a DDOT meeting to talk with government agencies to address the concerns that I have raised to them on your behalf. So I think that's just an important framing as you understand kind of why other neighbors weren't there, but I totally hear you and would love
I disagree with you because your actual office stated that they had walked the neighborhood with neighbors and business owners. So, and took pictures of. I don't know who the people were in the pictures because I did not recognize them at any neighbors. But if you look on Twitter, your office said that you went around with neighbors. And only after a bunch of us called you out on it, did your newsletter 2 days ago state that it was a higher level DDOT meeting. So I called bullshit.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm happy to admit fault for saying the word neighbors. If that was included in the list, I am sorry for that. I was intending to mislead anybody. That was a government meeting. But again, I want you and others to know that my job at its core is to help you and help our neighbors solve their problems. And one of the ways that I do that is lift up the concerns that I hear from residents and from commissioners to our agency leadership to push them to make improvements. And that's what's gone on in Blagden Alley, and that's what we're going to continue to do because I hear the frustration that people are unable to sleep and the disturbances are really problematic with noise and with trash and with other issues. And so we're going to keep working on that and keep partnering with Commissioner McCarty on making sure that the voices of neighbors are lifted up and are central as they are now with all of my conversations with agency leadership and with the executive.
Thank you very much, Council Member. We really do appreciate you taking so much of your time this evening to answer questions from the community and from the commissioners and for sharing all the information that you've been able to bring us this evening. So don't be a stranger. You're always welcome.
Thanks so much. My pleasure. Great to be with you all and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you. All right, moving on to announcements from district government agencies. I saw some individuals from the Mayor's Office of Constituent Relations and Services on the participant list earlier, but I don't see them now. So if you're still present representing Mokers, please raise your hand so that we can allow you to speak. Going once, going twice, all right. I do see Brian Romanowski. Brian, are you going to add anything to what the council member had to offer?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have a representative from Council Chairman Mendelson's office that indicated that they were going to try to be present? So please raise your hand. And any other district DC Council representatives? Don't see any hands being raised. Other District of Columbia agency representatives, other than the ones that are already on the agenda? Indicate by raising your hand. And seeing none, announcements from members of the commission. I have one announcement. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with Letha Blunt, one of our neighborhood elders who's been very active in the community for decades. She was a longtime resident of Foster House Apartments. She founded the Washington, D.C. American Classic Woman of the Year pageant, served on a number of boards and committees in the neighborhood, was a founding board member of Shaw Main Streets. Unfortunately, we did lose Mrs. Blunt, age 92, recently. There will be a funeral at New Bethel Baptist Church coming up on the 16th of March, starting at 9:30 with a viewing, and 11 o'clock for the service, for those that may be interested in conveying your condolences to the family and then joining into that celebration. So we do have Sheena Berry, announcement. Sheena Berry.
Yes, we received a letter. Commissioners received a letter, and I think we should address it once and for all. The letter was titled to for us to be transparent and about Commissioner Padro, about you being our chair. And, I just felt like we need to address it. It's an issue that keeps coming up. I think ignoring constituents when they submit concerns is not what our role is. Our role is to represent people who live in the neighborhood. We are their voice. So if they send us a letter, we need to address it. I guess I would have to see if any of those people are present. I didn't personally invite anyone to the meeting who wrote the letter, but I did speak with Commissioner Padro about how I felt about the subject matter. And I just really want to remain transparent. I definitely want to remain a representative of the people who elected me. So do any other commissioners have anything to add about that letter?
So I responded to all those tonight that, because just if they have, to make an official complaint is to reach out to Vega. They all got the link tonight.
So I read the letter. I admit that I am not familiar with the organization that sent it, and the letter was not signed, nor did it indicate the letter was adopted by the organization at a public meeting of its members. So I wish that we had more information about the origin of the letter and what that organization.
Alex, I think we're talking about individuals that sent letters tonight.
I'm talking about the letter that was sent by an unsigned letter that was sent by an organization.
Oh, I don't know that letter. I just know the individual.
Like an Alley Naylor Court Association.
Right.
The Banksy.
Banksy.
Is that what we're
That's
talking
what
about?
I'm referring to. Yeah, I'm referring to that letter as well.
Yeah,
but
I'm
it is
not
the
familiar
same
with
matter.
that organization.
Yeah, it's the same matter. Yeah.
From the same
Is there a
individuals?
representative from that organization on the line?
Not from the same, it doesn't seem to be from the same organization.
I didn't see.
But it is the same matter. It is something we should address.
Well, I mean, I did a little digging, and I didn't see them as a civic association. They're not incorporated as a 501c3. So I'm just kind of I'm a little bit. I did see a flurry of emails from residents, and I think that's we could also address that. But just like as a preliminary matter, talking about the letter, I'm interested to learn more about the provenance of that letter.
When did we get the letter? Did I miss the letter?
I'll put the letter up.
It was about 2 weeks ago, and that was an email that was sent from a Gmail account that purported to be from the Biden Alley Naylor Court Shepherd Court Association. But as Commissioner Lopez indicated, it was not signed. There was no information about whether this was an official action of the organization, et cetera. So I also did, a little digging. Some of you probably may have seen some tweets that were directed to you about this topic from a Timothy Smith on Twitter account, the name of Timmy Smith. It's come to my attention that there is no Timmy Smith, and Timmy Smith is actually Farah Ahmed, who is one of a number of leaders of the aforenamed association, so not a lot of credibility there. So number one, yes, so we had 6 emails that came in today, in addition to and they were all form emails, cut and pasted. It sounded the language is almost identical to the email that Commissioner Berry is referring to. So if we've got 12,000 constituents between the 6 of us, 6 or 7 people don't represent a significant number of people expressing a concern here. For further
So
information,
Alex, they can file a formal complaint, and that's what I emailed them back.
and I thank you for having shared with them, the link and the information as to how to go about that.
Yeah.
So that's the appropriate, vehicle to address their issue. There are calls for a revote. There are no provisions in our bylaws for revotes. Elections don't have do-overs and don't have mulligans.
Well, we can always do a do-over. Who says we can't do a do-over?
Or-
Not that we're gonna do a do-over, but I'm just saying, there's no reason why we wouldn't be able to.
We would need to amend the bylaws to allow for a recall.
could do
There's not a process for it currently.
Yeah. So, any other?
Never say never.
I just don't think that I agree, like you sent the link, I think that was what you should have done in terms of responding to that, but to not speak about it, when we receive a letter, we have to address the issues that they bring forth, even if it's something that's uncomfortable for us. That is our role. I would not want to be ignored. It seems like a good amount of people signed that letter. This is not the first. Receiving a letter, yes, is different, but I've had people approach me on the issue. I'm new to, local politics. And so these are issues that I'm not really privy to, things that happened prior to me being elected in terms of your role and how it is a conflict of interest. I think you're a great leader. I voted for you to be chair. I'm on record doing that, but I think that we need to not ignore the constituents and just be like, oh, well, send a complaint. Are we taking a stance? Like, let's not be passive about this and say, send something and not completely address the issue, because it doesn't make it go away. And it makes us look like we do not care or hear or listen to the people that we're supposed to be representing.
Hey, Commissioner Berry, I care.
Yeah.
So why don't we ask Kent from the Office of ANC for any guidance?
Okay, we could do
There we
that.
go. I think it's paid for that.
Commissioner Nigro, at our January meeting, you said that you were going to be filing with
Oh,
David
yes,
for guidance.
that's moving.
Okay.
So.
I just want to say for the.
Oh, Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner McCarty had his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much for bringing this up, Commissioner Berry, Commissioner Nigro, and for everyone's comments on this. Yes, we have received a few emails from constituents, and I have responded to Banksy, as well as many of those constituents, not all of them yet, because they all came through this evening. I believe many of them are constituents from 2G04. I can't verify that because there were no addresses. And so that just makes the nature of the job a little bit more difficult. However, I do care about this very much. Some of those concerns are directly stemming from a lot of Commissioner Padro's work on the ABC licensing committee. And so, Commissioner Padro has done a diligent job thus far of recusing himself in matters and very strictly deferring to each individual commissioner when we're working on a license renewal or a license application within our ANC districts. And I will continue to hold the bar incredibly high for Commissioner Padro to make sure that there are no conflicts of interest that are acted upon and that, you know, we keep the straight and narrow path here. I've told my constituents this, most of them that have reached out so far, that we will continue making sure that Commissioner Padro is held accountable, and that, you know, there is no foul play or wrongdoing so far in any of my work. And we've had a lot of work so far, as you've heard from all the issues in Blagden Alley and TG Cigars. I've been working with the community. I've been getting tons of emails from residents and responding. And so far, Commissioner Padro has not stepped in and in a wrong capacity. And so I just, you know, I want to make sure that everyone is clear that I do hear you. But I also want to make sure, you know, everyone knows that they have the Vega complaint line available to them to submit a filing there. But also, you know, we received roughly 7 to 8 emails, which are important. Every constituent is important. I strongly believe that, but I also strongly believe in equal representation. And I have about 2,200 constituents to represent. We have about 12,000 constituents to represent as a commission. And so 8 voices are very important. But we also need to make sure that we're not giving way to the loudest voices in the room, because that would be detriment to democracy, democratic processes, and would not always necessarily reflect the will of the people.
Yeah, and keep in mind, everyone's not going to write a letter. Some people will come up to us and have the conversation. Especially with me, I did not know any of this information. So a lot of people have come up to me. They can't be documented in a letter. And also, as someone who is new to the commission, I can honestly say that everything that happens, because we are commissioners, we know when things are going on and what's happening. But if you are not actively involved in the community, even if you might have an issue with something, you don't know when to speak up on it. You have to find out, you have to research. So that's what one of the reasons I decided to be commissioner, was to offer that transparency, to offer the information freely so people could feel enthusiastic about being involved and become involved, and instead of waiting till afterwards, instead of becoming reactive to things that take place in the neighborhood. So I think in the past, there have been some issues that have come up with this commission where residents do not feel like they are being heard, whether it's approving, a street, a bike lane down 9th Street, or a building on 6th Street that doesn't offer parking. Residents have said that they do not feel like we listen. So I think we need to take that constructive criticism, and when we receive letters, we address it. And when constituents make comments to us, if we're not going to do exactly what they say, we're not bending at everything that they mention, but to ignore it is not us doing what we're supposed to do. As commissioners, neighborhood commissioners who represent the people, we're on the ground. We need to be listening and responding.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes. Excuse me. I just wanted to say, for one thing, the position of commission chair is largely an administrative role. I appreciate that Commissioner Padro does a lot of work every month to get the speakers, get the Zoom set up, get all the documents in order. His role here, and you could look at our bylaws and see exactly what the role of the ANC chair is. Commissioner Padro doesn't have special privileges outside of the administrative realm of maybe signing a check on behalf of the ANC. The ANC speaks as a body; it doesn't speak as an individual commissioner. So Commissioner Padro doesn't have elevated status above any other commissioners. And the role of chair is a lot of work. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't volunteer to be chair, because it's a lot of, frankly, it's a lot of administrative work, and I've got enough on my plate with the rest of the ANC role. I didn't think I could take it on this term. So I encourage people who are interested to learn more about what the chair does to read our bylaws, and just, you could take it from me that it's not as nearly as glamorous as it might appear on paper.
Mhm. Right.
Also, one more thing, like our agendas every month, they're all decided on collaboratively. When individual commissioners decide to electively put something on the agenda, Commissioner Padra has consistently shown deference and allowed that to go on the agenda. So, you know, from my experience thus far this term, has been run well, is run democratically and fairly, as far as I can tell.
That was my issue. I needed to bring it up. It was important. If a good amount of constituents come to me and say, Sheena, we need to speak about this, I'm always going to bring it to the forefront and discuss it. I'm going to confront the issue, even if it's uncomfortable. If it's about me, we're going to have that discussion. And I hope that, you hold me accountable as well. Like I said again, I think you are a wonderful chair. I voted for you, but I didn't know the conflict of interest and the what came along, like the rumors and things like that. And I try not to feed into that. But when we are receiving letters, when other elected officials are approaching us about issues within the 2G, then I need to speak on those things, and we need to take a stand. We need to say, this is where we stand on this issue, and then move forward as a collective group, if that's what we're going to do. And if we're not going to move forward, or whatever our stance is, at least have one, so that we know how to address when those situations may arise.
All right. If there's nothing further on this, we'll move to announcements by members of the public. Please indicate your interest in speaking by raising your hand. And I don't see any hands up, so we will move on to the next item on the agenda. So
I think Teresa Dubois might have something. Does Teresa raise her?
Is she still here?
I think so. Is she raised her? Teresa. Oh, there she is. See, hands raised.
Let's see her hand. Here she goes. Yes, indeed. Go ahead, Ms. Dubois. Sorry to not have asked other government agencies to speak up. Go ahead, please.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for finding me this evening. And excuse me, first of all, Chairman Padro, thank you so much for sharing the unfortunate information about your longtime constituent, Letha Blunt. Just 2 days ago, a Facebook memory popped up for me that was a photo of Ms. Blunt and me. So she'll be sorely missed. And I'll think of her fondly, because we've had many years of friendship over the past couple of decades. Good evening, commissioners, and hello, everyone. For those of you I haven't met, I'm Teresa Dubois, Events DC Director of Community Engagement. And as many of you already know, Events DC owns and operates 11 venues across the District of Columbia, including in this neighborhood, the Walter E. Washington Convention Center and the historic Carnegie Library at Mount Vernon Square, home to a flagship Apple store. Today, I am ecstatic to introduce our brand new Events DC Senior Manager of Community Engagement, Solana Vandernet. Solana is no stranger to DC or this area, as she is the former point of contact for the Mayor's Office of Nightlife. She's been making the rounds by meeting with ANC 2G commissioners and other area civic leaders. So if you haven't already done so, I encourage you to reach out to connect with her sometime soon. As in the past, I will still be available if you need my assistance, but Solana will be your go-to person for day-to-day questions or concerns about our venues or initiatives. So, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like to ask that Solana be allowed to provide a brief update on the convention center.
I've already unmuted her. Please go ahead, Ms. Vandernet.
Thank you.
Great. Well, not good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Teresa, for such a great introduction. My name is Solana Vandernat. I am the new Senior Manager of Community Engagements for the Walter E. Washington Convention Center. I look forward to working with the ANC 2G community, and I'm happy to serve as a connection point between you and Events DC. After my little updates, I'll put in my contact information so everybody has my phone number and email to get a hold of me. A brief reminder to learn more about Events DC, all of our programs, initiatives, and other opportunities, please visit eventsdc.com. I'll also put in the chat our electric mailing list so everybody is able to get all the information, especially the event calendar that we distribute every month to let our community know what is happening at the convention center. For the rest of the month, as far as the convention center is concerned, there are 6 events that are on the way. I will note of 3 in particular. This Saturday, March 11th, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., the convention center will be hosting Mayor Marion S. Berry's Summer Youth Employment Program. And Thursday, March 16th, this will be the biggest event of the month for the convention center. It is the United Airlines Rock and Roll Running Series Washington Health and Fitness Expo. The estimated attendance is 15,000. And at the end of the month, on Wednesday, March 29th through Thursday, March 30th, there's going to be a summit for democracy. But just something to note, this will be status quo. There will be no fences going up for this event. As far as volunteer opportunities, we are in the midst of planning for the Around the World Embassy Tour, and that is occurring on May 6th from 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And I'll put this link as well in the chat. We are looking for volunteers to help us with this event. Something to note, all volunteers must be 19 or older. So we would love for you guys to come out and participate in this great activation. So that being said, I look forward to working with everybody, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide updates about the convention center.
Thank you, Ms. Vandernet. We look forward to working with you in your new role. And there are no other hands raised at this point, so we'll move on in the agenda. Commissioner Barry is the representative for one's unable to join us because of the incident at 7th and O. Was that what you were implying earlier?
Yes, the violence interrupters are not able to be here because of that shooting that happened. From what I hear, there was a shooting at 7th and O. A young lady got shot in the leg at the Kennedy Rec Center. So just moments while Councilmember Pinto was speaking, that occurred.
We'll reschedule them.
Yeah, we'll reschedule them. There is someone else that I invited that is here though.
Yes, so we're moving on to the DPR presentation about Kennedy, and I believe that Tommy Jones is on the line, so let me find him.
Is Byron Johnson from ONCE, is he the violence interruption specialist? He just posted in the chat.
No, that was not who I had invited, but.
Well, let's see if Mr. Johnson wants to be recognized. Mr. Johnson, you're unmuted in case you do want to say something.
Hey, everyone, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. How you doing? Hey, so I'm the outreach specialist for the violence interrupters in the district. I wasn't prepared fully to present, but I would like to give you guys a brief introduction of violence interruption, and also provide a couple of links in the chat for you guys to follow. And also provide my information. I already did provide my information in the chat, but join as a panelist. Hold on 1 second, I'm getting some credentials.
Since he's stepping in for the previously identified speaker, we'll allow him to show his face.
I'm on my phone, guys, because I got 2 meetings juggling here. Can you guys see me?
We can indeed.
You can't see me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, I can't. I don't know why I can't see me, but okay. But pretty much, so I'm an outreach specialist from the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, also known as the ONES office. I just wanted to provide a brief introduction to the commission and the residents on behalf of the ONES office. Really quickly, and I'll drop some supporting links in the chat, like I said before, just going in more in depth, along with a survey on public safety that we would like to have you guys fill out, residents and commissioners alike. Our office pretty much pushes a citywide effort with a total of 25 priority communities across the district. We're approaching gun violence from a public health perspective. That looks like providing Everest tiers and priority communities with resources essential for success, such as housing, vital documents, jobs, trainings, mental health resources, and much, much, much more. Like I said, this is a really, really brief underlining what we are able to do. More in-depth work looks like identifying community and interpersonal conflicts with potential to escalate to violence. And we also support the facilitation of ceasefires. I'm sorry, I'm juggling here with the chat going off. That's my program manager, Shakitha Chase Levy. So we got also, we partner with a bevy of community leaders, organizations, and government agencies to tackle multifaceted issues of gun violence in the district. As it pertains to 2G, it looks like our ONES priority area is in 2G02, right at that where we had the incident just now here at 7th and O in the Mount Vernon community. And essentially the surrounding blocks of this location, with 7th and O being the focal point. Life Deeds is actually the provider for this Mount Vernon location. Mr. Bell is the program manager, Mr. Roger Bell. And I'll be sure to add that information in the chat for the commissioners, also residents too. I also have the address of their office, which is in the district. Lastly, our office just recently received a new director, Linda Harley Hopper, formerly of the Building Blocks, DC. We currently have a public safety survey that I mentioned earlier, that I think my program manager is dropping in the chat here. But we have a public safety survey that we would like residents and commissioners to fill out in order to capture the community sentiment regarding public safety in your community. I've shared this document at least 3 ANC meetings, but we haven't gotten much of a response. So I'm really trying to reiterate, because I do see a lot of the commissioners are passionate about public safety and you guys as commission. So just to see if we can try to get the voices heard from the community and the constituents. That's it, actually. I take any questions and I'll answer to the best of my ability. I am still kind of fresh with the ONES office being a month in, but I do have some information that I can. I'm trying to read the chat that I can share with residents. Thank you.
All right, members of the commission, any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, Ron. Did you put it in the chat already? No. I don't see it.
Is that
You have to unmute yourself.
Is that the link from Shakitha?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll put that out, but then, and then what? I'll put it in my social media, but then what's gonna happen? Then what?
So we're just trying to grasp, because right now, due to funds, we're covering 25 priority communities in the district. Obviously, there are more than 25 communities in the district. Just trying to capture the overall sentiment of different areas and see, because if you click on the survey, you'll see that it asks exactly where you live, not your exact home address, but the ward and everything. So just trying to capture exactly what areas we can improve upon and where we potentially missing opportunities to grow. I don't know if you guys can see me. I can't see myself, so I feel kind of weird looking at a blank screen here. But did I answer your question?
Remarks, but rest assured that we can see you. Are there any other questions from commissioners for Mr. Johnson? Seeing none, any questions from attendees, please indicate by, oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Barry, were you raising your hand?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something really quick. I actually, I've lived here in DC since 1999.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have never heard of the violence interrupters until I went to the mayor's public safety meeting. And
That thing will wreck.
right, and so many of the other commissions were just so happy that you were in the community and all of the work that you have done. I just wanted our community to know that you were here. You know, public safety is a priority for us across the board. There was just a shooting. Just morale is low when it comes to feeling safe. And I just wanted to, you know, have you be here so that other people in the neighborhood could know what your role was and how beneficial you can be in preventing violence and stopping it before it gets to the point to where there's a shooting or it's a gang war or whatever the case may be. Is there any way community members can you know, find out more about what you do?
Yep. So I'll be dropping, I have about 6 links that I'm prepared to blitz you guys to chat with, and I'll drop all that information there. I'm going to try and keep it cohesive with what my program manager already dropped there, but I'll make sure I drop some more in-depth info in the chat that I have prepared. Once I started, I didn't know that we were going to be speaking, but I did have some things already ready to go. And I've been taking notes on some of the issues and everything that I've been hearing throughout the call too. And I'll be on the call after it as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, one hand from the public with a question. Let's see, Christy, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Hey, real quick point of clarification. I have my ears, I'm busy cooking, so I don't know if I heard it. You mentioned, I think, a company. Is it a contractor that you guys work with?
Yes. Yep. So there's a one's comp provider in 2G Life Deeds. They have an office on 50th Street, but I'll be dropping that information in the chat as well.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, I'll be dropping that information in the chat too.
All right, that was the only question that was posed by the public. So thank you for filling in at the last minute, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you guys. And I'll be on the call to hear any other public safety related topics on the call.
Great, thank you much. So now we're moving on to the Department of Parks and Recreation. I saw Tommy Jones. So promote him as a panelist. And Commissioner Barry, did you want to introduce the presentation?
Hi, Mr. Jones. Welcome to the public meeting for 2G ANC.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Jones is over DPR, and he's going to speak to us about some of the programs that they have at DPR that's available to the community. He's also going to talk about, you know, DPR overall and tell you what he does, and also answer any of your questions that you may have. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Barry. And good evening, Ranger Nigro and Tony and Commissioner Brown. And I know so many of Commissioner Lopez and the esteemed chair. I feel, Mr. McCarty, we're going to have to go out and have a little coffee to figure out to get to meet you. I think it's weird because I know pretty much most of this commission by some way, shape, or form. And so I'm really excited to be here tonight. It seems as though your meeting has been like the old, was it the old 6E, I believe, if my memory is serving me, it's impactful. And so my name is Tommy Jones. I'm Chief of External Affairs for DC Parks and Recreation. I've been with the district government for the past 8 years. This is my 8th year in government. And I've served in community roles every single year that I've been in government. And I'm really excited to be here. I've learned a lot from this commission. And I say that because many of, I remember meeting in Shaw Library. I remember, and I mean, we've had a bunch of meetings, and I love the fire in this group because they're passionate about their communities and their neighborhoods. I could call Commissioner Nigro and she'd say, Tommy, well, what's up about Dunbar Pool? I could call Commissioner Lopez and he'd say, well, tell me more about this project. And we had some, and I say all that to say that we at DPR value the role of the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner. It's the best free job that you'll ever have. And it's the one that all of you I know do because of your love of community. And I'm joking a little bit because it's 8:30 and many of you would probably want to do something else, but you're volunteering your time to serve your community. I just want to say thank you for that. To Ms. Commissioner Berry, thank you for the invitation. And I know being a new commissioner is a tough job to learn about these buildings and learn about programs. And from the time I called in, I was able to hear your passion for wanting to make sure your community knows about the programs and services that their district government provides to them. And in this commission, we have from New Jersey NO Park, which is a project that I know many of you've heard about, Kennedy Recreation Center, which is another project that many of you are aware of, the New York Avenue Playground, which many of you, some of your commission folks attend. And then in that, there's a number of parks and parcels that many of you have played an active role. So I want to first say thank you in the sense that your commission has a lot to do with DPR. In our role, my colleague Chris Dyer, who is not on the call, but for the commission, he is the one that really does the day-to-day handling of answering questions and trying to help you understand in your role as commissioner to help you respond to constituents. My role is I attend a lot of meetings, try to help our agency as we deliver services for district residents. If you've heard already, the mayor announced today some key points for us. And I wanted to talk about those because I think those are the things that Ms. Berry wanted to touch on. We'll touch on a couple other things. Number one, we're hiring. We are hiring. So we're in this peak of time where we're going to be talking about summer programs, summer operations, and all things that affect the well-being of our communities. So I want to make sure that the folks in 2G know that DPR is hiring. The government of the District of Columbia, the Parks and Recreation area is hiring. So go to careers.dc.gov. You can earn with DPR for this summer. So tell those folks who are looking for opportunities that want to start in a particular field to go and sign up for one of our summer employment opportunities. We're the largest employer summer youth employment program. We hire probably 800 to 900 summer youth employee kids to come work for us. So you see them in the recreation centers, you see them on the playgrounds, you see them as roving in our roving leaders department, you see them working with seniors, you see them in our camps and operations. You see the direct investment of your tax dollars and your support right there with the summer youth employment. You also will note today the mayor talked about the next big bucket is we are preparing for summer camps. Woo! And I say that because this is an exciting time for DPR. We're proud to be able to be the place where fun happens and parents trust their young people to be in one of our program offerings. And through the direct investment from Mayor Bowser, the support of the DC Council, the support of commissioners, we have more summer camp program slots open. You'll also see new and exciting investments in girls and young women's sports from, we just have, we're getting into, as it's Women's History Month, we have a host of activities. If you go on our website at dpr.dc.gov, you'll see some of those. We just had a volleyball clinic for girls. We have our gymnastics studio in Langdon Recreation Center, and we did a clinic. And then I believe we have a basketball clinic that's coming up as well. So I don't know, Commissioner Padro, if am I able to do a quick PowerPoint real quick?
You can
Okay.
share.
Okay. So I'm gonna try this, you all. And I just wanted to just talk about a couple of things related to summer, because I think it will be important for many of your residents. And am I able to, is there a share screen part here?
Yeah, you should be able to hit that green button at the bottom.
You say green button at the bottom.
Be a green button at the bottom menu.
I don't see that. I do know my primary colors.
At the bottom where it says mute, stop video, participants, chat, there's a share screen button. It should be highlighted green. It is a bar at the bottom of the screen. There you
You're
go.
sharing.
Perfect. All right. And I see it is green in here. Let me just, if you give me 1 second, you all. So I'm gonna click here. So we will start camp registration on March 13th, which is Monday. The difference with our camp registration, if you heard from the mayor, is we have gone into a lottery system. So for the next 4 weeks after March 13th, residents can go onto DPR's website and they can choose within each session three locations where they would like their son or daughter to attend our camp. With that, the system will roll. We'll have a system that rolls and will help select. And from there, residents will be able to get their information. We're going to talk about some important dates as well. So these are the camp offerings that we have. Some of them will include, so our Little Explorers Camp for ages 3 to 5, Discovery Camp for ages 6 to 10. And then we have some half-day sports camps for 11 to 13, and our boost camps, which are more of our tween camps, are for residents 11 to 13. Here's some dates, which are really important to let you know. We'll start on June 26th camp, and we'll with session 1, and then we'll end on August 18th with session 4. And when you go to DPR, when you go to our page and register, some of this information will be there, but this is most important. The other thing that's been most important, because I know many of you have families that may have challenge with affording some of the opportunities that we're offering this summer. We do have a reduced rate application. That reduced rate application residents will need, must apply by April 1st for them to be approved in time for them to go into the lottery. So the application is still open. It's available with the programs, but we need to have that application in by April 1st. And wanted to just say again, we have more camp slots. We've expanded access. We've tried really hard. We've heard from many of you how they felt, and I'm a parent, so I have a 6-year-old. The hardest thing to do is to try to figure out where and what you want your kid to do, and then relying upon the system to do it. This way, we, with the help and the support of the mayor and the council, we've been able to expand access, offer more camp slots, and ease the stress for families as it relates to registration. So here's also some important dates for individuals. So on the 13th, the week of the 13th, or excuse me, the 13th, the lottery opens. The lottery will close on April 5th. The week of April 18th, or on April 18th, notification will be, you'll receive that via email from the account that you have registered. And then on the 25th, the payment will be due. One thing that we did talk about, which was something many parents talked about, was sibling preference. We will be honoring sibling preference as it relates to summer camp registration. And I just put Chris's information in here. I'll put mine in the chat, but Chris is my community engagement manager. He is the one that many of you as in ANCs work with. And I wanted to make sure that you have his information. So I stopped sharing, I wanted to make sure that we went through those key points. And then lastly, I wanted to just talk about one of the things that Commissioner Berry wanted to talk about was just some of the capital related projects. As you know, the Kennedy Recreation Center is scheduled to have some repairs done. We are still working with the Department of General Services, and I think commissioners, you have sent in information to our offices, and I think our offices had worked with you and the council and responded back on some of those information, but we are still working with the Department of General Services and look forward to successfully in the our intent is in the fall to hopefully start construction in after things happen, start construction and get this project moving forward. What we will do, and I will, as we've said before, we will work with you, so that I know as Commissioner Berry, Commissioner Padro, Commissioner Brown, and I see my good friend, hi Brian, from the council member's office. We'll definitely work to, when all those things moving together, to work to have that community meeting to let you all know sort of what the steps, the closure. I know you've had questions about how will program access happen when we're in construction. Some of those questions cannot be answered just yet because many of those things we're thinking of timing. I know there was questions about, and I'm just paraphrasing because I know some of them that are going to be asked, so I'm going to answer some of them. Temporary site locations. We typically in construction do not have temporary site locations, but we are committed to some types of support to make sure that residents understand the types of things that we can offer in terms of camps and clinics and programs. And those are things that we are aware of, your concerns as a commission, but I wanted to put to bed some of the common questions that many of you have asked. I do think that if there are community groups and community partners that are interested, we are offering our Recreation for All grant. That's a $3.5 million commitment that the mayor provided to DPR. It's a rolling application. So those nonprofits that do work in the Shaw community, or I don't want to say just Shaw community, but in the community, and is in particular looking to provide recreation and program. It's definitely something I would advise them to apply for those grant opportunities. It goes from $5,000 to $150,000, and there are 4 different types of categories for grants. So I just want to make sure that people are aware of it, because sometimes, you know, folks aren't aware of the opportunities. I know in relationship to Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Nigro, you know, we are still you know, working on New Jersey NO. We have not forgotten about that project. We are looking to work with DGS to move that project along a little bit further. I know that's going to be your concern. I see you, Ranger Nigro. It's an inside joke, you guys, that we have with each other. But in Commissioner Lopez, when we have a little bit more information, you can be assured that I'll reach back out to you all. I know some of the community members have been asking us about things, and we're just not at a point where we have the best information to give. But I just want to let you know, having worked with you guys a long time, working with emails and things, it is top of mind. And so when we have a little bit more information, I will definitely look to, you know, I'll try to give you a personal call and make sure that we can, when it's time to set up meetings and things, to make sure that we can do that in the best way possible. And then the last thing is, you know, we did talk about today, the mayor did talk about extended hours at our recreation centers. So we, as of March 27th, we will go into this rolling basis of our sites. Some of our sites that will have extended hours. So if you go to dpr.dc.gov, you can find that information as well. I want to close because I know that you all have a full agenda, but I want to, Mr. Chairman, if there are questions from the commission or the community, I'm happy to stay, but I hope that I've answered some. And Commissioner McCarthy, because I think you're the only one that I do not know, let's meet for Compass Coffee or somewhere in your SMD. I'm a coffee person, if you can tell. So we can definitely get to meet. I'd love to meet you and learn about your priorities as it relates to DC Parks and Rec. So I'll turn it over for questions, Mr. Chairman, if you like.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Jones, for all the information. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Jones? Commissioner Berry, did you want to raise the issue about the 7th and N Street part that you had raised earlier? Or has that been satisfactorily addressed?
Yes, we had an issue where a lot of constituents were saying that dog owners were using the park as a dog park, and dogs were unleashed and not cleaning up, you know, after their dogs. So I reached out to Christopher Dyer, and he corrected the issue right away. He went out there and posted additional signs so that you know, dog owners can know that. Hopefully that will make an impact on how the park is used and everyone can feel safe. We do ask that you leash your dog at that park. It is not a dog park, and that you clean up after your dog if you are ever at that park using it. The response was very quick. Yeah.
So Commissioner Berry, I do want to, I thank you for telling me about Chris. He did mention that information. I just want to reiterate, we have dog parks that are designed for the use of individuals that have dogs. And I just want to encourage residents, because there was a great amount of investment with the Shaw Dog Park, and with, I believe you guys have one at the old Bundy, in that, you know, it's not just about the access for your dog to recreate, but it's for the health and safety of residents that utilize the parks. And I'm very cautious of it for having a child that is afraid of off-leash dogs. And I'm conscious of, just when people use the parks for non-intended purposes. So we want to encourage people to make sure they use the park for its appropriate use.
Yeah. But thank you for having such a quick turnaround. Your agency was very responsive, and
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I'll make sure I duly note that for Chris. He gets on me when I'm not as responsive. So.
All right, I did get a report from a constituent about graffiti at the Shaw Skate Park. Should that just be a 311 call, or should that be routed to DGS or Chris's number? How would you suggest?
Sure. What we would do is we would ask Commissioner if they would take, if we can get a picture of it in the sort of the location. I don't know if it's in the entire park or not. We definitely want to make sure that we get to that immediately. And you can send that to Chris, or you can send it to myself as well. We will handle that appropriately.
All right, Commissioner Brown, I'll leave that to you since the skate park's in your jurisdiction now. I don't see any other questions. Oops. Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, just really quickly, is DPR responsible for scheduling and maintaining the Bundy sports field?
Say that one more. And did I hear you say, are we responsible for the schedule?
Yeah, the Bundy sports field, for reservations and for maintenance of the sports field.
I don't know. I think that's like that. I believe it's with KIP. I believe the field is with KIP.
Field is with KIP, but it's reservable.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think through the DPR
I can
system.
check. I can check with our team. I don't have that answer.
Commissioner Nigro, are you?
This is Ranger Nigro. And I will tell you, if I hear about that Bundy Field one more time, it's going to drive me crazy. Right, Tony?
Yeah.
Who is responsible? What happens?
Can I raise my concern? So the concern, maybe the concern of the day is that whoever's responsible for scheduling, there's traditionally been, or in years past, there has been a period of time, usually through like 6 p.m, for unstructured community use of the field for pickup soccer games. More recent, I think starting in the fall, whoever's in charge of scheduling, and I think it's DPR, has granted, allowed league play to start earlier. And as a result, there is some conflict happening at the field with people from the community who are used to playing at the field for pickup games being kind of kicked off the field, so to speak, by the leagues. And I would like to get DPR together with the community players, like the pickup players and the league, to see how we could resolve this conflict and make sure that there's an opportunity for everyone to use the field.
All right, Commissioner Lopez, I just got an answer for you. It is, so individuals would go and use the district's recreation tracking system, and it's actually done through the Realty Office of DGS.
Realty Office.
So they would, my guess from hearing what you said is that they have the league soccer probably has requested permitted access to the field, and that is the intent. We may have to, what I recommend is looking at the lease agreement between KIP and the field, their times, and what were supposed to be the community times. So I think, to answer your question, and I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this from Ranger Nigro, is it's really like this weird, it's a weird way to, all of our fields have different owners. And I think in this one, because it's through DGS, through a lease agreement that they manage, there are restrictions based on the lease agreement that must be followed. And I think the best course is to go through DGS on that. What I would offer to help support, just because I've been around a long time, I don't want to give you the runaround, just if you can send me an email, and I will just put, and I would suggest probably you and Commissioner Nigro together on that, and we can interwork the right people at DGS to be able to get you the answer to help filter some of that as well. And then I think there is, I think at one time there was a person at KIP that handled that. I can work with KIP as well, because we have KIP fields too, to sort of put some of this together to help you through this. But if you can, just send me an email and I'll do the legwork for you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I see one question from the community. Christy, go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Jones. When Councilmember Padro was on earlier, or excuse me, Pinto was on earlier, Commissioner Padro brought up
Promotion.
promotion, surprise. He brought up the larger issues surrounding community access to Banneker High School, but I have a specific, and thanks for that, Alex. I have a specific question for you, Mr. Jones. When the new Banneker High first opened, DGS was really good, or excuse me, DPR was really good about opening the track during the appointed hours for community to use. And over the past almost 6 months, it's remained locked. So why aren't y'all unlocking it during the after school and weekend hours?
You know what, Christy, I don't have, first, just call me Tommy. And the second, well, I don't have quite an answer to that. And the reason why I don't have an answer is because with my recollection on this issue, it has been a tricky issue since that school has been reopened. I remember several emails and questions from residents regarding public access. And then the school having some concerns, and I'd have to go back to our team to determine what the public access times and hours, and if that was to happen, I'd be more than happy to, Commissioner Brown, is that in your SMD? I'd be happy to work through your commissioner or through the commission as a whole to provide information on it. I don't want to give you the wrong answer. So if you can trust that I will come back with an answer, within the next 24 to 48 hours, or by Monday, I would respectfully ask for your consideration.
Okay, thanks, Tommy. Yeah, it's the signs that are posted on the locked fence even say, not available during school hours, but open on the weekends and in the evenings. And in the beginning, after the school was open, it wasn't an issue, but something's changed. So thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, Tommy, I would also check with Councilmember Pinto. I know she's working on something. I don't know what it is, but she is aware of the concern.
Okay, sure. Brian, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Hi, Daddy.
Hey, son, how are you? I'm in a meeting.
When are you done?
I'll be done in a few minutes if you let me finish.
2 minutes.
Okay, sure.
It'll be less than 2 minutes.
How about?
So I think we've exhausted the questions for you.
Oh, 10
Tommy,
minutes?
appreciate your time. We look forward to working with you to get that additional information about the Banneker Field and track, as well as the upcoming plans for the Kennedy Rec Center, so that we can share those as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And Commissioner, I just want to reiterate one last point. This, to all of you, we'll be sending out more information in the coming days about extended hours, about summer camp program offerings. And I really want to say to all of you, we need your help to let your residents know about these programs. The council, the mayor has made historic investments in recreation and programming. And when I saw, Byron from the One's office, I remember him when he was a moker, talking about the work that the One's office is doing. It's equally important to have recreation at the table. And we can't do it alone without the support of residents coming in and signing up and having the support. We're going to have sessions, information sessions, and sign-up sessions for residents who have difficulty. We have our customer care line as well. There's a lot of resources to get them to come to these programs. But the old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I'm not saying individuals are horses. I'm saying individuals have to do their role and their part in coming to signing up for the programs. You can't say anything if you didn't sign up for it. You can say something when you put yourself through the process and it's available. So, and thank you, Commissioner Berry, for the invitation. We look forward to working with you all.
Thank you for joining us.
No problem.
Thank you again, and kept it to less than 2 minutes, so you can keep your promise to do so.
All right, thank you all. Have a great evening.
All right, have a good evening as well. Commissioner McCarty, who are we expecting from the District Department of Transportation?
We have Stephen Hanrahan on the call. And so you can feel free to move him over. And I'll give a brief introduction, but many folks have already heard in Councilmember Pinto's update about the work we are doing or hoping to implement in Blagden Alley on behalf of much resident feedback. We've heard a lot of resident feedback in our emails in person and continue to get feedback to this day. And so we'll continue listening to that feedback, but DDOT is really kind of honing in on some possible solutions to help address residents' concerns. And so Stephen is one of the many DDOT staffers that are looking at the alley, trying to figure out ways to support residents and improve safety and peace and order in the alley. And so I'm going to pass it over to him to let him share some updates on their work. And Stephen, from one to another, it's all you.
You need to unmute. Why is he not?
Your audio is not coming through, Stephen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let me know if it goes out. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Stephen. And thank you, everyone. Try to be brief here. I work in representing DDOT here. Donovan Boyd was unable to make it this evening. He's normally the community engagement specialist for Ward 2. And Commissioner McCarty organized a Blagden Alley walkthrough with some folks from DDOT, the mayor's office, and some representatives of the business community and other folks 2 weeks ago. And we listened to the concerns of the community and the concerns of that were kind of talked at the walkthrough. Being a DDOT, we tried to focus on some of the traffic, vehicular complaints and things we can do with transportation and cars and parking signs. And so we came together with a couple in a summary of the meeting. We have some 311 service requests entered in for no parking for a new no outlet sign that's going to go in Blagden Alley to help prevent vehicles from that get stuck in the alley and try to get have a hard time getting out of and not knowing that there is not an outlet there. So we have a 3-in-1 service request and a work order that was issued today for a no outlet sign that's going to go in. We talked about the garbage factor. DDOT agreed that we can approve a public space permit through our permitting division. Kind of if there was a consensus for what that compactor would be. But I think that permitting the public space doesn't seem like to be too big a concern. We talked about ride sharing and how some business owners want to explore the options for geofencing. We talked to some of our contact with Uber and Lyft, and we haven't done geofencing in the district, but the general consensus is it would kind of be an all or nothing. We couldn't geofence for a certain period of time. So that would be for all ride shares in the area of Blagden Alley. And if we did do geofencing, we would also involve kind of removing some more parking along 9th Street or M or N Street, I believe, to provide that space to facilitate that those good deliveries and passenger loading. So not too many. So we did have a pretty productive discussion. I'm not sure that we had specific outside of the service request put in for the no outlet sign that some drivers get stuck going into the alley. That was the tangible output of the discussion. Again, I think it's always good to be said that DDOT will respond to an ANC resolution for any specific requests for be it geofencing. And we look forward to working with the community further on that.
All right, any follow-ups, Commissioner McCarty?
I just want to reiterate, I've heard a lot of feedback already from residents. Please don't hesitate to continue to reach out and provide that feedback. One point of clarification for what Stephen just mentioned. It's kind of a twofold possible solution that we need to get more feedback on. But geofencing the alley so that I know there's a lot of noise and problems with rideshare drivers dropping people off on Fridays and Saturdays and getting confused and causing gridlock in the alley, honking and all of that. So that's part of the solution. And then to kind of give them a space to actually drop off folks would be kind of looking at reestablishing or expanding the PUDO zone or the pickup drop-off area that used to be on 9th Street in front of, on the west side of 9th Street. So it's kind of trying to get people out of the alley and make sure they have another place to go and drop off folks. And kind of part of that is also, there is a loading zone on 9th Street. We're working to say, businesses, you need to do your deliveries there, and kind of trying to figure out how we can, we understand that the deliveries often cause gridlock and confusion in the alley, and also bring a lot of noise with them. And so we're also kind of looking at making sure that we can find ways that kind of push the deliveries out to that already designated loading zone, so that they can take full advantage of that and keep the alley clear and peaceful for residents.
All right, any questions from the commissioners for Mr. Hanrahan? Any, oops. Yes, Commissioner Barron.
you. I do have a question. In front of the Perla building, there was construction going on that block, the Perla, and on the, not the 9th Street side of that building, but so the Perla is a building on 8th Street, on 9th Street, and it crosses over O Street Northwest. On the other side of that is A Street Northwest. There is a new building there called the Intersect. And on the other side is the Perla, but there are no parking signs there. So what ends up happening is cars will park there just nonstop. And residents have reached out to me. I've been working with Mr. Boyd on this. I was just wondering when, some type of sign would be put out front to help with that, to give them some parking relief, so that, if they're coming in to drop off things, that someone can park in front of the building and drive away. So it's just to become a parking spot for the hotel across the street, for people who are staying there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Commissioner McCarty, I think we looked this location too, and perhaps we did.
We actually looked at same identical situation actually as Sheena, but this is on the 900 block of L Street with the hotels and the no parking signs. So
Okay.
I want to make sure Sheena's talking about something completely different, but we did talk about parallel issues.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, Commissioner Barry, please, I'll check our system to see if there's any 3-in-1 requests for that block. But please feel free to send any my way. I'll put my email in the chat here, any specific 3-in-1 requests for those parking signs.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, thank you. So previously, ANC Commission 2F, which till recently comprised or included Blagden Alley, passed a resolution requesting the alley be closed to through traffic and sent that to DDOT. Are you aware if DDOT ever responded to that resolution or conducted any studies regarding the feasibility of closing Blagden Alley to through traffic?
Yes, this resolution was done maybe 2 years ago, potentially.
I'm not sure when it was passed.
Yes, I think there were, I'm not sure. I can't speak specifically to the through traffic. I remember discussions of an ANC revolution specifically about like the geofencing idea before with Ubers and Lyfts. And I'm not sure. I think there was some discussion on DDOT internally. We ran into some roadblocks with our Pluto Zone program and with wanting to restrict more parking, I think on 9th Street, the bike lane. I think, closing the through traffic will involve other divisions and a lot of more traffic analysis entirely, and much more a lot of partners, council members' office and such. I can't say I can remember specifically about a through traffic resolution, but I think we have been in talks about some of this geofencing with Ubers and Lyfts before.
So there was no response from DDOT to ANC 2F on that resolution?
I'm not sure. I think I could check with Donovan.
Could you check and potentially circulate that with Commissioner McCarty? Thank you.
Commissioner Nigro.
So Stephen, so I am intrigued about the geofencing because we have the same situation, problem down here with the Ubers and the Lyfts in the alley, actually behind my condo building. It's a very large alley behind 437, 443 New York Avenue. And I was told by DDOT, they wouldn't help at all. And it was a big old flat no. So are you saying that DDOT will help with this issue?
Can you elaborate a little bit more specifically on
the same problem? So we have Ubers and Lyfts going behind the big alley 24/7. right? And this is a cause of concern because it is a lot of, it is basically as wide of a street. If you're familiar with that, it is huge. And it's basically another road. And then we're trying to eliminate as much traffic as we can. And this was talked about with DDOT now, probably 2 years ago at least. And I was told, no, Commissioner Nigro, no help for you with this geofencing stuff. I said, so are you saying that they're now helping Stephen?
I don't want to putting any priority on any commissioner over another one. I do know that I've been at DDOT for over 2 years, almost 3 years now, and I do know that we've had the initial round of discussion about geofencing. It didn't go very, it kind of stopped, but I think that it's kind of come up again, and I think that, I think we want to be a little bit hesitant about implementing it. I think Blagden Alley is kind of like a specific high use case, special area. I think just putting
our area is just as special as Stephen's area, even more special. So if you're doing that for him, you're going to help me out over here because we are over this stuff right behind me. So
Yeah.
I'll send you an email.
Yeah, I think, again, I think that's something we want to be careful about, as we don't want to show any specific priority for someone's specific area, but
well, but if DDOT can do it, if DDOT's helping Commissioner McCarty, then it should be helped citywide, because this is a problem, I'm sure, with other locations, including right behind me.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. They know me at DDOT.
Yes, and City Market at O, I know that's come up several times because there are no loading zones, no cutouts for drop-offs and pickups for rideshare vehicles. So we've been trying to get DDOT's attention about that too. So expect a flurry of requests on the geofencing.
Yeah, and just to final put something on that. I think that we wouldn't want to have a formal, we would want to make sure there's a formal kind of ANC resolution before moving ahead. We don't want to have geofencing requests coming in through 311 through inboxes. I think as council member Pinto said earlier, I think, an ANC resolution, I think we can do some response to that.
All right, well, we'll refer those to our Transportation Advisory Committee to develop.
Thank you.
There's one question from the audience, from someone with initial J. Go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. So I live in Blagden Alley. It's Yelena. Hello, everyone. I wanted to ask what's actually going to be different, because the reason I'm saying that the PUDO or pickup drop off existed on 9th Street before, people didn't use it. The settlement letters of the establishments within Blagden Alley specified hand truck delivery only. For some of them, they didn't pay attention to that. So how is this going to be enforced so that it's actually different?
That's a great question. I think that's something internally, I think we're still trying to work out. Our division's working on a short-term potential automated enforcement program. We're still waiting back from some of the director to completely sign off on that. But I think enforcement has generally been a challenge, and is a challenge with PUDO, and it's a challenge with loading zones. If there ever is a challenge, please put a 3-in-1 request in for parking enforcement for DPW. But it is a challenge, and I think it's something to consider.
All right, well, thank you very much for the information, and we look forward to working with you on addressing some of these issues.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a great evening.
All right, and I did see that Grace Reeder from the Mayor's Office, Constituent Relations and Services, did rejoin us, so we'll bring her over. Ms. Reeder, we'll ask you to be succinct, as we do have quite a bit of business yet to accomplish tonight. She should be coming over in a second.
Hi, everyone. How are you? So I just wanted to hop on really quickly. I know Chris was supposed to speak earlier, but given the critical incident that took place, he was called to the scene. So he wasn't able to provide you with an update, but I'll keep it really brief. I just wanted to let you guys know, if you didn't already know, but a critical incident took place on the border of 2G02 and 2G05 in the 700 block of O Street Northwest. MPD is currently on scene investigating, as well as Chris Powell, Ward 2 Mokers, is on scene to provide community support. If you want to learn additional information about this incident, you can reach out to Captain Ryan Small of PSA 308 or Captain Riley Hong PSA 307. I'll put their emails in the chat for you guys. But I also, as part of this, wanted to let you know that the 700 blocks of N, O, and P Street are closed while they conduct the investigation. So please, make sure that you avoid that area at this time, just because you might be stuck in some traffic. And other than that, I'll be here to take your questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Reeder? Nigro?
Yeah. So, you know, it's disappointing. I'm surprised it didn't really get as big a news, is that the ERAP program is almost out of money.
Yes.
That is huge. And it didn't get, I was surprised it didn't really I was like, holy crap, that's going to be bad, man. So for those, this is a rental assistance for those of you who don't know, it's out of money already.
Yeah, there have been a lot of applications. I don't have, give me 2 seconds to just pull this up on my email.
End of the month, it's applications are done.
Yeah.
So
I have the
masseuse.
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I can provide you with an update about that following this meeting, because I know the applications are closing soon. So I'll get you that official date.
what's the update? I mean, they're just going to close, right?
Masseuse.
They have a significant amount of funding. So they're closing the applications earlier than anticipated because of the amount of applications that they've already received.
Yeah, so that's the update. They're closing the end of March, right?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I will send you the information I have once we get off this call. I can't find it in my email right now, and I don't want to keep you guys waiting while I'm.
So it's going to be extremely impactful for many of our constituents. This bad news. So
I can provide an update in the chat for you guys. So you guys can move on to other business while I look for this email that has more information.
All right, commissioners, anything else for Ms. Reeder? Seeing none, any attendees that have a question for the Mayor's Office of Constituent Relations and Services? I don't see any hands there. So Race, we're going to move on with the agenda, but do go ahead and put into the chat the additional information if you're able to provide it this evening.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, moving on to action items. 1515 9th Street Northwest is a request for support for a zoning map amendment and Historic Preservation Review Board approval. This is Monarch Urban and call representatives. We have Nick Jesse and Kevin Sferry. Nick and Kevin, is there anybody else from your teams that needs to be promoted to panelists?
No, that's good. Just
all right. So this is a project that the commission heard a preliminary presentation, actually a notice of intent, as well as a preliminary presentation at previous meetings. This is on the 1500 block of 9th Street Northwest. This would replace the Pretty Mae Turner building where the Shiloh Baptist Church daycare center is located, as well as an adjacent parking lot. So, Nick, do you want to start it up, and then Kevin can wrap it up for you?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for having us back again, everyone. I'm Nick Jesse, a 2G04 resident and principal at Monarch Urban. As Commissioner Padro said, we're here tonight to present 1515 9th Street Northwest with a twofold request for support. The first is for a map amendment to consolidate what is currently a split zone site into one new zone that aligns with the comprehensive plan, and an HPRB concept application as well. So I will turn it over to our architect, Kevin Sperry, to just give a brief presentation of the design for everyone.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kevin Sperry with Casa Architecture. We have been in front of the board a few times now over the last few weeks, so we're pleased to be back again. Everybody can hear me, right? Just confirming. Okay,
yes, we can.
Thank you very much. So I have a short, I'll keep it quick. I have a short package here for 1515 9th Street Northwest, a new residential multifamily building, which we're thinking contains 45 residential units. You can see it here in the front from 9th Street. We're looking at a 6-story building, which kind of expresses itself against the street between 3 different volumes, one 3-story volume there to the north on the left side of the plan, or left side of the image here, and then 2 5-story volumes just south of that, which look to be bay projections. They're actually not bay projections. They are behind the property line entirely. And then it steps up to a 6th story and then the penthouse level on top of that. It is pretty much a fully masonry building. We were hoping to kind of create a building which is, I don't know how to describe it, kind of mature and not too loud, kind of regal in a way, and very refined in its detailing. We have some views later on that show a little bit more of the detailing up close, but we wanted to make sure that it was a masonry building worthy of its location and its neighborhood. So we're very excited to present it to you today. Here we have the location, 1515 9th Street Northwest, just north of the corner of 15th and P. We have shown in pink here some other fairly large buildings in the neighborhood, and we have a site that's, there we go, we can zoom in on the site here. It's situated between 9th Street and the public alley running north-south, about 95 by 85 feet. And it's directly across the street from the Shiloh Baptist Church and its adjacent parking lot, both of which are about 60 feet in height. Here we have 4 views of the site from the different directions. Half of the site is currently a commercial office building, which was owned by Shiloh, and then the north half of the site was a parking lot that served the building that was there. Here, this page shows the neighborhood context. Just to the south, we have a fairly large building, 9-story building, apartments, and then immediately 2 are here on the top 4 images there. You can see the east side of 9th Street. These 4 buildings are immediately to our sites south, so those will be our southern neighbors. This is our property here with the tan brick building, and then immediately to our north, it steps down to 2- and 3-story row homes. This is a blown up view of the site itself, 1515 9th Street. Now we have a few renderings. This is the one that we just looked at before. You can see the 2-story row homes to the north and the 3- and 4-story buildings to our south. So because of those kind of different heights of the buildings, we've stepped down the building to the north with the 3-story structure so that it transitions, and then it steps up to 5 stories and then to a lighter tone brick at 6 stories. One of the key elements of this setback here is that we pulled the northern face of the 6-story mass 15 feet south. So it's 15 feet off of our property line. And once you go 15 feet, you can start to introduce a lot more glazing into that wall. So it really doesn't look like the side wall of a building. We like to think that it has two front facades, and it creates, this view is going to be kind of here for a long time, because we don't really believe that any of these structures to our north will be built over. So we think that this northern facade will be visible for a very long time, and we wanted to make sure that it was treated as finely as the front facade was. So I think that's pretty important. Here is a blow up of the entry on 9th Street. We have a series of 2-story window openings with some metal detailing. The masonry surrounds of all of those. You could see the 3-story structure here in the lighter brick, and then the 2 volumes in the darker brick, connected by some metal detailing of the railings. And then, like I mentioned, metal detailing surrounding very large window openings. Here is a view from further to the north, so that you can really start to see that secondary front facade on the north side. Here is a view from the south. Shows how the penthouse steps back. We have some windows on the side facade. Those are at-risk windows. And then it starts to show it in context. Both of these views shows it in context with our larger building neighbor to our south. This is a view a little bit closer up of a portion of the building that tries to show all of the material attributes of the building. We have a lot of steel and metal railing and window accents, some slab covers in metal. But really what we wanted to focus on was a masonry building, and within kind of a fairly regular design. We didn't want to be too flashy with it. We didn't want a lot of different materials changing back and forth as you went around the building that kind of makes your head spin. So instead of that, what we did was we took the idea of a masonry building and really started to focus on how some of those details can be accentuated. So within these 2 kind of bays here, you have sort of a basket weaving effect of different masonry details rotating, some interesting step backs to kind of create enlarged window opening here. And then, like I mentioned, the metal detailing of the window itself, it kind of steps back in an angle to create an accentuated view out the window to the south. Here in the rear, we have, again, a large amount of masonry, even on the rear facade. We have exterior balconies. There are some parking spaces in the back that face the alleyway. And then we have a large exterior area for tenants, both hardscaped and landscaped. And then finishing up here, we have some diagrammatic plans. The yellow show residential area throughout all the floor plans. And this lobby, this is the ground floor plan right here in the middle and the bottom. So the lobby goes all the way through the building from the sidewalk here on 9th Street all the way to the rear, so that you can have a nice kind of connection with natural light, and then connecting to the rear exterior space. Just a minute to load. Here we have the front facade, where you can see those different levels of the building, how it steps in many different ways. Steps down to the north. This is the south elevation. Here we have on the left the rear facade, again stepping down to the north with the exterior balconies, and the north elevation with the expanses of glazing. I'll go ahead and stop there. I have some more slides in the back of the neighborhood, but turn it back over to Nick if you want to close up with any final comments, Nick.
Yeah, Commissioner Padra, I'll turn it back over to you.
So yes, Nick, if you can just go over the specific areas of relief related to the zoning application.
Sure. Yeah, so there's one request that is a zoning map amendment. The site is currently split zoned, falls between two different boundaries, between MU4, which is a mixed use residential commercial zone, and RF1, which is a purely residential zone. So to align the site with the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. The most appropriate zone for those to go to is MU5B, and so that's what we're proposing, and that's what the Office of Planning has suggested and is supporting that request as well. Since it is in a historic district as well, even though it's a new construction, we will be going before the Historic Preservation Review Board with our design concept later this month.
All right, and just to clarify, without the zoning map amendments, how many units would you be able to generate, and how many are you generating as a result of the differential?
Yeah, so we're anticipating that the proposal yields about 45 units. It is, an 11 to 12 unit increase over the matter of right density, with nearly half of those additional units being affordable units as a result of the IZ plus set aside requirements.
All right, Commissioner Nigro, you present the report of the committee.
Yep, so we were in full support. There was the majority of the attendees at our meeting were in full support of this, as are you, Alex Padro, since this is in your area. And there weren't many major concerns, what at all. So, but there is a comment I see here in the, someone did have it in the chat.
I'll try to find it. Yeah, so, I do know that there are several immediate neighbors that had some concerns, and hopefully we'll be hearing from some of them in a few moments when we go to community comments, and I will find that one comment in the chat.
Oh, and Commissioner Barry wasn't in support. I'm sorry, Commissioner Barry.
There is a major concern of mine that parking is a major concern. I do not support this project. There is no parking for this building, and I noticed that in this presentation you show other buildings that were large that are also almost larger in size, but also note that a lot of those buildings have underground parking. This building does not, and you are asking for increase. And while you are providing 8 to 9 units possibly of affordable housing, if you get the increase, there's still only maybe 4 to 8 parking spots for a 45 unit building. I do not support it. I feel like the density is too big for the area, that we cannot take that burden on. That is a major concern for people who live in this area. I disagree that there were no major concerns.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I forgot. I apologize. So, but what's the legal thing for the parking? I can't remember.
Yeah, so I'm happy to speak to that quickly.
Yes,
so we are not asking for any sort of parking relief. So all of the zoning required parking will be provided on site per plan. Our plan for this site is for it to be a for sale building. So, individual owners will own individual units. And as a result, we are incentivized to make sure that, future owners aren't deterred by the fact that they may have to fight for, very limited already street parking as their only option. So, we have in the past, and we'll, offer it on this project as well, worked out an arrangement with a local garage that has excess capacity. So in this case, City Market, which is the roadside project, the garage is managed by Colonial. They have offered, to let us master lease a block of spaces as large as we would like in order to be able to provide some overflow and excess parking in the event that we have potential residents who are looking for that as an option. We have been in discussions with Colonial already, and they are completely amenable to that arrangement.
So it's important to note that when other projects in the neighborhood were built, we had different zoning regulations and different parking requirements. So for example, at City Market, we were able to press the developer as part of plan unit development to actually generate excess parking to a total of 550 parking spaces. When Jefferson Marketplace was built, we also convinced over DDOT's objections, the developer to build excess parking. So there are 231 parking spaces there. those regulations are gone. We don't have the ability to try to demand additional parking. And also, this is not a planned unit development, which would also potentially deal with those kinds of increases. So that is an issue for all developments that will be moving forward in this neighborhood, including the next one that we're also going to be looking at on 9th Street.
So it's been, don't you think it's been at least 6 years, right, Alex? At least.
Since what?
For the parking change.
I don't
At
recall
least.
in what year it was that it went into effect, but yes.
And so Commissioner Bear, so that directly affects that project in your area, the 1200 Fifth Street. That's because that has such a small amount, and that's a big old honking project compared to Nick's project, and that's the unfortunate thing too.
And with that said, that's why we have limited power, but the power we have, we should use it to represent the people that live here. We should not make living here harder. I know businesses are important. I understand that people want to build in this neighborhood because of its proximity to downtown. However, the people that live here matter. We got to speak up for them. We can't just keep being like, oh, well, we'll give you an exception and this an exception, and we'll welcome this and we'll support that, but never speaking up for the people that actually live here and have to endure that. What is the point of us having a commission and having these meetings if we don't stand up and speak for the people that live here? I don't understand. Yes, parking is a problem if we just continue to let it roll off our back and be like, oh, it's a problem, it's a problem, it's a problem. Never addressing it, never saying no. What is the point? So I'm saying no. I'm saying no to any project moving forward. I don't care what it is that doesn't address the parking issue here. If you were trying to include and increase density or make living here more difficult for people who live here. And that's where I stand on that. I've spoken to people that live here. I don't stand alone in that sentiment. If I have to be the only commissioner that stands on this hill, I will. If I have to contact zoning and write something, I will. I will have the support. I will not be alone in that because I have plenty of support. But I expect developers to come here and to not add to the issues that we have, but to help living here be a pleasant experience for the people that live here.
So other members of the commission, any comments or questions about this project?
So just briefly, there are two issues before the commission. There's a historic preservation design question, which I don't have a strong point of view on, and there's a zoning question about whether the proposed map amendment is or is not consistent with the future land use map. It is consistent. That's not arguable. And so I see no reason why the commission should oppose this project. If we were to oppose the project because we didn't think it gave enough parking, that's not an acceptable justification for opposition. The Office of Zoning would not be able to, even if they were sympathetic with our concerns, that is not a legally justifiable rationale to oppose this zoning map amendment. So even if it was something that I probably wouldn't support, even if it was on the table, but I'm just saying that that's not something that we can consider. And if we put forward a resolution that included it, it would not be considered by the Office of Zoning, or by the Zoning Commission rather.
Even with that said, Alex, I hear everything you're saying, but when you have these exceptions or you're voting on small particular things, it's a buildup. So once you pass one hurdle, you get to the next hurdle and the next hurdle. Well, they approved this and gave support of this, and they didn't consider the parking. That needs to be included. I was just at my zoning training on Saturday. Someone mentioned something to this issue. I do believe you were in that meeting. There are avenues that we could take. To say that we're having these discussions, and the people here should have a voice in the planning of the city, and we can change things. If we believe in democracy and this commission and our power, then we have to do something with our voice. And it can't just be to accept everything that comes our way because it's going to give money to the city. It has to be to support the people that live here. That is our role as commissioners of the people that live in the neighborhood. It is not just to welcome everyone that comes here and just accept whatever they bring without saying, these are our standards, rise up to that. So I stand by what I say. I'll continue to move forward. If I'm a lone wolf in it, I'll be the only commissioner to do it if I have to, but there are other constituents that live in here of the 12,000, and they might not have sent you a letter, but they have reached out to me and spoken to me directly, and I will do what is necessary. Thank you.
Mr. Jesse, I did note on the plans that outdoor space at the alley level, considering the rat population in the neighborhood. I'm wondering if that's going to be actually viable for your residents to use. Is it possible we could carve out a couple of more parking spaces there and relocate that that recreation space to the roof, perhaps?
Yeah, a large portion of that area will really be set aside to satisfy DOE's GAR requirements, and so it really won't be like turf lawn in the rear. It will be kind of planted architectural features to provide not only some greening back there and some stormwater management features, but also just screening both from the new building to the alley and the residents behind and vice versa. I think it's a big improvement to provide a little bit of softness back there compared to the chain link fence and parking lot that's there right now.
No, the answer is no. Any other questions or comments from commissioners before we go to attendees?
Yeah, there's someone in the, I think Christy, to host their panelists. She wrote, as we learned at last month's meeting, garage parking is already overbuilt beyond demand in the neighborhood. And to that, I say, the neighborhood does not have access to those buildings. So we need to be responsive to the people who don't live in the Perla, people who don't own condos in the neighborhood, because that burden is on the neighborhood as well. So I'm not speaking just to people who are buying this building who will live in it. I'm speaking to the amount of a burden it will place on the people who live across the street from the church or who live next to Giant, or something to that degree, because that is who is going to be affected.
Okay, so this is the comment from David Orange, who's a resident of the 1500 block of 8th Street that was in the chat. Sorry to comment on something not currently being talked about, but I cannot stay on for the entire meeting. Regarding the proposed zoning map amendment for 1515 9th Street, I oppose the amendment. The proposed building is too tall, and 4 parking spaces for 30 to 40 units is insufficient. The developer can achieve the goal of creating many new housing units without amending the zone from residential to multi-use. A building similar to the one being built on 15th Street behind the Scottish Rite Temple seems more appropriate. So that was the comment that he. So I see Brian Janovitz. You can go ahead.
Yes, you're able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks. So I would like to object on 2 fronts. One, to there even being a vote on this tonight, and then second, substantively to the proposal. On the first point, I attended a local ANC meeting only several weeks ago, and when this was presented before us, it was explained that this would play out over the summer. I see some head shaking, but obviously that call was recorded, and I'm happy to go back to the transcript of that. But we were specifically told the timeline for this was over the summer. I assure you the word summer will appear in that transcript. And now this has been rushed here. It's given us hardly any time to organize ourselves. We're not sophisticated developers who are used to this process. We have no familiarity with it. And we need the time to organize ourselves. We're just people who live here, folks who live here. We need a chance to get together to organize ourselves and to present our case, including speaking the language of the zoning commission and understanding what the legal rights are to the extent that that's going to be relied upon. But just from a sort of layperson's perspective, I very much oppose what is a really monstrosity that does not at all fit in that surrounding block. I don't know if folks are familiar with this block of the street, but it's really, really pretty. It's 3 stories high all the way across. The street that backs up to it, which is the one I live on 8th Street, is the same. It's pretty. It offers people an opportunity to live in a neighborhood with a neighborhoody feel in a community. And you're putting a giant building in the middle of the block that will tower over these 2 blocks. I speak for my entire building when I say we oppose this and don't want something that tall that towers over us like that. I can't speak for everybody, but I can tell you this. I've also spoken to a number of my neighbors here, other members of the community. I have yet to talk to a single person who is in favor of this. So, you know, we're all, if they wanted to come in and build a 3-story building that fits with with what is on this street and what's on the street behind it, you know, we would have a much different conversation. But to build a giant tall building that towers over everything around it, has 4 or 8 parking spots in the back for another huge building, does not add to the neighborhood. It destroys value. And this at a time when there's plenty of development available in DC that would be a net gain for the city. There's plenty of things they could do, allocate these development dollars to doing something that would be good for the residents of DC. Things like converting commercial space to residential space where that's needed. Instead, what they're suggesting is completely changing the character of a building by putting a high rise in the middle of what has a very neighborhoody feel. So again, I know I oppose this, and so do a number of other folks who I've spoken with, including the entirety of my building. But I also would urge you to slow this process and give us a chance to explore it like it was originally presented to us.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Next to speak.
Yes, you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I mean, I would just second what the gentleman who was just speaking said. I mean, if the ANC's job is to speak for the people in the neighborhood, then exactly like I'm saying and that gentleman just said, I know of, there are only 2 people that I know who support this, and their names are Nick Jesse and Kevin Sperry. Okay. And think of this as a developer, right? You buy a piece of land and you go, look, we can only build this 35 feet tall. That's all it calls for, or whatever the zoning currently is. We can only build it to the zoning, but we know that we can get the ANC to combine this, and then we can build higher. And, you know, there's no return on investment if we build parking. And since we're developers, this is why developers have a bad name, because you get greedy, right? Because everyone's biggest complaint to this, you know, if you could overcome the size of the building, right? Because you have no right to build this building. That's why we're here. You're asking for the right to build it. But you go, you know what? We do have a right not to build parking. Then we don't have to. So fuck it. Like, we're not going to do it. We're just not going to build the parking because we make no money on parking. But we'll do. Imagine coming home to your house, but you have to park a block over underground, and then you have to walk home. So you're saying, well, we have parking set up at a building nearby. Could you imagine coming home with your wife and your children and having to get everything? You're coming off a trip and you have to unpack everything. Oh, and it's raining outside, and carry a child in one hand. And like, it just doesn't work. It fundamentally doesn't work, you know? And that's not even bringing up the fact that it does not meet the characteristics of the neighborhood at all. So to me, the vote and the vote you're going to have later, and every vote, right? Unless you hear differently from your constituents, know that we don't support any building like this. Nothing's going to change. So unless you just don't care about what we say, like I'd prefer, if y'all are going to approve this, to say, you know what, everyone who voted for us, go screw yourself. We don't really care, because that's the only way that you can vote yes to this, because no one is going to show up who lives in this neighborhood in favor of this, because we know what people in the building will do. They'll go park 2 blocks from there and they'll keep a car. They won't park it there, but they will keep a car. And then on street cleaning days, they'll take it to the other side. And we're all out playing Tetris. Meanwhile, Mr. Jesse and Mr. Sperry are in their neighborhoods living their best lives, or maybe they live in our neighborhood, but they already have parking. You know, like, nobody supports this. So I'm going to ask you all to do it, you know, to represent us properly, and you also, you know, not support this. You know, the whole ideal of, well, the zoning commission won't be able to take into account the parking. Okay, let's say that's true. I'm going to ask the ANCs to take into account what the people who live in the neighborhood, who voted for you guys and want you all to represent us, that nobody's showing up in support of this. So we're going to ask you to do the right thing here and not support this. The developers do not have a right. That's why they're here for an exception. I'm going to ask, there's nothing exceptional here, right? If you guys know where I live, you know the 30-year-old monstrosity of a home that I had to tear down and rebuild another house. And to me, it's the jewel of the neighborhood. It's nicer than their building they're going to build. And there were no exceptions made for me to build larger or build higher or change the zoning. And, oh, Mr. Berry, you get 5 stories or 7 stories because you're doing the neighborhood a favor. They're not doing us any favors. They should get no exceptions. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Mr. Jesse, do you want to talk about some of the support that you received from adjacent property owners, homeowners on the same block of 9th Street?
Sure, yeah. I mean, first and foremost, I live in the neighborhood. I'm at 10th and N. I have 1 car and 2 two-year-old daughters that I park on the street and have to experience on a daily basis some of the headaches that you all are talking about. I mean, I totally get it. I understand the concern, and I understand that parking and parking availability is something that's important to a lot of people. I'm not discounting that at all. I think the city has a lot of goals, a lot of policy goals to generate more housing, especially affordable housing in core, walkable, transit-oriented neighborhoods like ours. I think the city has also identified this specific site via the comp plan and the future land use map as one that can and should include additional height and density. So, we're simply responding to those policies with a project that is well within the bounds of the guidance from all of those documents and is supported by the Office of Planning. On the support front, we've submitted a number of letters of support for the project from residents of 9th Street, 8th Street, homeowners, renters of local apartment buildings, Shaw business owners, and just kind of members of the broader community. So we feel like we've had, a really, pleasantly satisfactory response from a large swath of different perspectives within the neighborhood.
All right, and it's important to note that individual property owners all have the ability to participate in the zoning process. They were all served with, the application and instructions from the Office of Zoning and on how to go about that. So beyond whatever, determination the ANC makes, all of those neighbors that may potentially have objection can certainly, further pursue their objections, and I'd be happy to fill them in on how to do that. So,
Can you do that right now, Alex, while we're all here, and be transparent with everyone? Let them know what rights they have, what they can do to object to this and participate in that process, other than directly contacting you. Since we're on a public meeting, there'll be a video of this. Having to have someone contact you privately makes it seem as if, your support is on that side of the street. So if you could do that for the neighbors that are here who have expressed that they do not support it, along with myself, that would be very welcomed in this moment.
So all the residential neighbors and property owners have received the information by mail. They have the information on how to proceed, but I'm happy to share that with you after the meeting.
I haven't received anything. I live in this neighborhood.
You're not an adjacent property owner, so that's why you didn't receive it, but I will make sure.
Yes, that is the point of these meetings. I don't need to be adjacent to be affected by this. That's what you're not hearing. You do not have to live next door to 1519 to be affected by this. If it is a building that has 45 units, there is a comment in here, what's the assumption that anybody who lives here will necessarily have a car? That is not the assumption that everyone will need a car. We are already under extreme parking circumstances. 4 parking spaces will not fulfill that, even if everybody doesn't have a car. So we need to address this. And ignoring the neighbors that live here, if the neighborhood commission ignores the neighbors, what are we saying? what are we saying? We're not listening to them. If we are supporting a project, no matter if we can't turn down the project because of parking. If the neighbors, why are we supporting a project the neighborhood does not support? Doesn't make sense to me. But I will contact you later. But I think for transparency, you should share with everyone here who has shown you that they do not support the project, what they can do if you know that. And if you don't, of course, we could do our own research and do that. But it does not seem like it is something that the neighborhood supports.
So again, the affected neighbors, have the information, but anyone else that needs it, I'd be happy to support.
And just for clarity too, Commissioner Padro and Barry, this is our 5th ANC meeting that we've been to, presenting this project, presenting ourselves, providing our contact information for anyone, anyone who has concerns about the project. We're more than willing to sit down, have coffee, meet, talk about issues and concerns, and see how we can collectively address them. We came in January, we came to 2 meetings in February, we've been to 2 meetings in March. I've even sent 3 messages to Mr. Janowitz himself, unprompted, after his hearing some concerns from him at the first meeting, offering to get together. So, I think that we're still happy to chat with folks, even if the commission takes a vote of support tonight. This project is not going anywhere, so we're happy to talk to whoever may have lingering concerns and see what we can do to address those.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that the ANC 2G support the map amendment and the zoning map amendment and the historic preservation, concept review to the Historic Preservation Review Board. That we report that support to the zoning commission and the Historic Preservation Review.
So can I
second.
why we have to take a vote tonight? Why is it something that can't wait?
Because the Historic Preservation Review Board has this on its agenda for this month. And they've given us the 45 days that is the extended amount of period of time to be able to invest. So is there a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by, and that was Mr. Lopez that seconded for the record. All in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Nays, so it's 5. I'm sorry. 5. Nays, 1 nay, so that the vote is 5, 1 to 0. The motion passes. So again, to those that have further questions and concerns, I'm happy to assist you in enforcing your rights as adjacent property owners or community residents that wish to be heard by either the Historic Preservation Review Board or the Zoning Commission of the District.
I'll also put my email address and phone number in the chat for everyone too.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Next is 1322 9th Street Northwest. This is a Historic Preservation Review for the concept for new construction. This is Cadita Development. And I know that I saw the architect here, Catalina Herrera, promoting as panelist. Ms. Ferreira, is there anyone else that's still on the line representing your team? Ms. Ferreira, is there anyone else that needs to be promoted to panelist?
Not that I'm aware of. Don't think so.
Well, Commissioner McCarty, this is in your single member district. Would you like to introduce this?
Yes, so this development at 1322 9th Street Northwest, this is a request for endorsement of the Historic Preservation Review Board. So concerning the facade and the look of the building. We had a few 2G04 residents come to the committee meeting last week, I believe it was. All my days are already running together, but they shared their support and feedback with some few caveats, just requests to maybe make sure the color is pleasant and maybe take a look at the bay windows and bricks. But other than that, I've received support for this. And so I'll pass it on to Katerina to share more and see what other folks have to say.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Let me try to share my screen. I will try to keep it brief in the interest of time. And I know you still have a few items on the agenda, but I'll start by saying that the project is being proposed from the standpoint of historic compatibility. That's what's driven the design. That's what's driven, pretty much everything that you see about this building up to now. We are still in early design stages. So we're, I'm not going to talk to you about, the specific details of the facade, but rather the strategy behind the building massing, the intent to tie it to the surrounding block in terms of its scale, rhythm, massing, compatibility in terms of height, how the floors align, and I will briefly walk through those issues. So I would like to kindly just ask everyone to evaluate this building from that standpoint. A lot of times architecture is thought of in terms of its appearance, and that's how it's judged, especially when it comes to, buildings that are of a different time and a different style than surrounding context. But to me as an architect, and I think a lot of people who have an interest in architecture, what really matters about a building is what it does and how it interacts with its neighbors, how good a neighbor it is in terms of its gesture towards the neighborhood. And that's really how I approach my work. The meaning of the name of my firm, Architectural, is precisely that every building has text behind it. It's not a spaceship coming from outer space, crashing down on a site. It's really born out of its site and its conditions, and especially in the case of a historic district as this one is. So the project is located at 1322 9th Street, which is both in the Shaw and the Blagden Alley Naylor Court Historic District. There is no BZA relief anticipated to be required at this point. There is a possibility that we may need relief from parking requirements due to the desire to keep an existing carriage house at the rear, but that relief may be not needed if we are able to either purchase or lease 2 parking spaces in the neighborhood, which the zoning regulations allow if it's within a distance of 600 feet. So moving on to the character of the surrounding fabric, you can see the site in question is the empty lot on the picture on the top left. It's adjoining 2 buildings that are 2.5 stories tall and 3 stories tall to the north. Our proposed building is 4 stories tall. Typically, historic preservation considers 1 story higher than the tallest adjoining building to be a compatible proposal. And that's how we have approached this. Even though we could go up to a height of 50 feet, we have chosen to keep the building at 4 stories for compatibility reasons and also for efficiency and many other reasons. On the Naylor Court side, there is the existing carriage house that I mentioned previously, which we will retain and incorporate into the building. Because the carriage house exists, no relief is needed from rear setback or lot occupancy or anything of that nature because it already exists on the site. Here's just a simple site plan showing the massing of the building at this point in time, but really the focus has been on the street facade and how it relates to its neighbors. So I will jump right to that as I think that's really the focus of discussion and interest here. So here's a elevation view showing how the proposed building sits in relation to its neighbors. As you can see, there's quite a bit of variation in height throughout the block. It's a bit of a sawtooth up and down, and what we're proposing is within the tolerance level of what already exists. Effort has been made to keep floor alignments compatible with adjoining fabric, both to the north and to the south. To the south, there's a series of commercial storefronts at ground level and also the first floor is pretty much at ground level. So we are continuing that into the southern portion of the building. And then there's a raised floor on the northern portion that roughly aligns with what's happening to the north. So this building is literally trying to weave the two halves of this block together. And the two halves are pretty different. We have buildings to the north that are mainly row houses with bay windows, more residential in character, and then more commercial buildings with storefronts to the south. So we have effectively divided our facade in half, and on the southern portion created an element that is similar to the commercial storefronts to the south, and then interwoven that with bay windows that are similar proportions to the bay windows seen in the row houses to the north. This is just some explanatory text, literally from the historic preservation guidelines, if anyone is interested, but I won't go into that now. Just some diagrams and really my notes breaking down the strategy behind the building massing, and I'm not going to get into it, but I think graphically you see what the strategy is. On the rear, we are keeping things very simple and muted and really letting the existing carriage houses do the talking and letting the building recede. And it is about 20 feet back compared to the front of those carriage houses. Just another diagram showing how our building is integrating elements from adjoining fabric into its massing. All right, there's a little bit of a delay. And some 3D views showing what it looks like at this particular point in time. And this is really the first, let's call it the first stab at giving this building an identity. Materials are up for discussion based on feedback from the community, based on feedback from HPRB. All of that will evolve. But there is an intent at this point in time to have some masonry, specifically at the base of the building. The southernmost portion of the facade at the first floor level that roughly aligns with the commercial portion of the adjoining buildings is intended to be brick. In this rendition, it's shown as a dark colored brick. Again, that's up for discussion and subject to change. There's also some more brick at the base of bay windows to the north. And then the remaining facade material will be a panel system of some sort, likely an interlocking metal panel or a porcelain panel, basically a facade system that is smoother and more contemporary in nature, but that has a scale and compatibility and texture that will break down the mass of the building. And again, materials are still being evaluated and discussed and are contingent on budget as well. There's been some discussion about the nature of the bay windows, why they have the geometry that they do. And I will simply just state that, there's a lot of playfulness in the existing fabric along the entire block and the neighborhood in general. And this is really just trying to continue that, even though with a modern vocabulary, it's really just trying to fit in, quite honestly. And here's a couple of close-up views that I think show more effectively how the storefront element relates to adjoining storefronts, and also how the bay windows relate to the bay window to the north. So this really gives you a sense of the richness of the scale that will be brought into this building by breaking it down to these smaller pieces like we're doing. And just a couple of views of the rear showing the simple muted facade with simple openings, and then the refurbished carriage house. And I will be glad to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Commissioner Nigro, can we get the report of the committee, please?
Well, we just had one no, and that was John Shaw, and it was concerns about the color and the material that was used, but the majority of the committee were okay with the project. Wasn't great, but it was okay. More work to be done. That was the sentiment, right?
Other commissioners? Other questions from commissioners?
So wait, Stephen, did you get more feedback from your folk?
I got a few more feedback about just make the brick color pretty. And more, I saw a chat about please don't use aluminum. I did get some feedback in that regard as well. But I also got some really positive feedback from a few folks who said that you and your firm have worked on a few other buildings in the neighborhood, that they trust you, and that you've been pretty responsive to their needs, especially during construction. And so I wanted to pass on that positive feedback from some of our constituents in 2G04 as well.
All right, any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Berry?
What is your parking situation?
We are accommodating, technically, there's one car share space at the rear and one additional space, which will also meet ADA requirements. And we can only fit 2 spaces given the existing carriage house. We are required to have 2 more spaces. So in total, we have 3 + 1, 3 meaning car share. So that's 4, we need 2 more, we need 6 total. And those 2 additional spaces will either be leased or purchased within a 600-foot radius, or we will need to seek BZA relief from parking requirements if we are not able to secure those 2 additional parking spaces.
Other questions?
So just to be clear, this will be another building on 9th Street that will not have adequate parking for the amount of units that will be in that building. And here we are, we just did one project that is not going to have enough parking. And now you're going to request parking relief. Also a burden on the area. So I want everyone in this meeting who is listening to hear and to take note that this is an issue that we are not working on, that we could say we care about and that we laugh about, but we do not address if we continue to give exceptions to every project or building, and we don't listen to the people who live here, which is what we were voted to do. I did not run unopposed. So I take this position very seriously. I live here, I care about this neighborhood. I don't need to live adjacent to the building you are going to be in to have an opinion or to be affected by what may happen by the people that live there, because they may also require parking. And I just feel like we are doing a disservice to this entire neighborhood by not listening to the people who we represent. And we have not done that.
So, but we hear you, but tonight's thing is about the historic preservation review board. So if this comes up before, when she needs some relief, that would certainly be the discussion to have.
Right, but this is a process. It is a rolling stone, basically. Like I said, one hurdle begets another, begets another. If you don't make it over this hurdle, you don't get to the next hurdle, or you have to make adjustments in order to get over that hurdle. And that is the power we have, because we don't have absolute power. We have very little. But like I said, I'm here trying to represent the neighborhood.
Can I respond just very quickly? I hear you. I mean, everyone in the neighborhood feels the need for more parking. It's a real problem, and we have no intention of, pursuing BZA relief. Hopefully, we won't need it. The only reason why it might be required is because of the historic carriage house at the rear. So a choice is being made here to preserve the historic carriage house and use it for a use other than parking, because that will be more in keeping with other uses along Naylor Court. And it's really a matter of prioritizing what do we want to choose? More parking on this site versus across the street in the garage, and keeping the carriage house and animating the alley. That's really the choice that we're making. So this is how it's being proposed at the moment. You know, it's subject to discussion, but we'd love to be able to accommodate more parking on site. But again, keeping the carriage house makes that very difficult to do. So it's really a conflict between parking requirements and historic preservation.
All right, any questions from attendees? Please indicate by raising your hand or dialing *69. I don't see any hands going up. Commissioner McCarty, what's your pleasure?
I would like to make a motion to support the Historic Preservation Review Board application for the concept at 1322 9th Street Northwest.
Is there a second?
Second.
So seconded by Mr. Brown, made by Mr. McCarty. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
5. All nays, say nay and raise your hands. 1 nay. That's 5, 1 to 0. Motion passes. Ms. Ferrera, you've got some work to do, I'm sure, in dealing with responses and feedback from the Historic Preservation Review Board staff, as well as the board. And we also ask that you take into consideration the feedback that's been provided to you this evening and at the committee meeting that you attended previously.
Sure will. Thank you so much.
All right.
Hey, Alex.
Yes.
Alex, can I say something that's kind of relevant to development?
Go ahead.
So listen, y'all saw me leave the camera for a little bit. I was doing a real-time illegal construction bust with Department of Buildings, who came out for me. I made a phone call and they do respond to me, and it does work. For all the small developers, do not do illegal constructions where I can hear you, okay, at night. And if anyone else hears illegal construction at night, call 311. They have a person who responds at night, and they did a stop work order, and it works.
Yep, and that's before 7 a.m. or after 7 p.m.
That's right.
As on Sundays and holidays, unless they get special permission.
And I better not hear you, because I'll go after you and scream at you in the alley. Don't
All
do
right,
that.
moving on to our 3 ABRA cases. The first is Queen of Sheba 2, and I saw the owner, Mr. Baraki, is with us. Was. Well, we may have lost Mr. Baraki. But nonetheless, the Queen of Sheba at 1503 9th Street Northwest is actually one of the oldest current restaurants in the neighborhood. They lost their license because they did not renew it during COVID, not knowing what was going to transpire during the pandemic. So now they have done a renovation and are prepared to reopen. So basically, it's the same hours that they had previously, same settlement agreement they had previously. So this is a Class C tavern license with 100 seats, total occupancy load of 100. There is an entertainment endorsement, which includes dancing. Hours of operation are Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Hours of alcoholic beverage sales, service, and consumption. Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Hours of live entertainment, Sunday through Thursday, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. And other than the standard items on the settlement agreement related to keeping the exterior of the business clean, how they're handling their trash. So there are hours that are prescribed for disposal of recyclables, so there won't be excess noise generated by dumping of bottles and cans into dumpsters and trash vehicles coming to collect trash beyond the hours that are stipulated, and the rear door is to maintain closed during the hours of entertainment. And I'm going to take one more look to make sure that there wasn't been a representative still with us. And I don't see a representative for Queens. So this is in my single member district. And if there are any questions about this application, I guess I will have to answer them. I don't see any questions from commissioners, any questions from attendees. Please raise your hand or dial *69. I don't see anything on that. For those of you that aren't aware, Queen Sheba is an Ethiopian restaurant. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that ANC 2G support the new Class C tavern license application for Queen Sheba 2, trading as Queen's Bar and Lounge at 1503 9th Street Northwest, and I would request a second.
Second.
Moved by myself, seconded by Mr. Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And that is unanimous. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Next is Urban Grapes at 1301 9th Street Northwest. I did see counsel for the applicant is present, so I've promoted them. This is a retailer's Class A liquor store license, again at 1301 9th Street Northwest. Hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays, Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And they will also have a tasting permit, and I think that I saw several of the owners, which I will promote to panelists. Well, all right, so you should all be coming up. As they accept. And the legal counsel would introduce the owners that are present.
Alex, TJ hasn't been invited. He just texted me.
Do it again.
And I don't see, I know Dan is on here because we were just talking to him on the phone.
So Manale is supposed to be here. She was promoted.
Hi, Commissioner. I'm actually with STK.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, gotcha. Yeah, no, I was looking for
Dan.
For Dan and Dan Kaufman. Here he is. Sorry. Yeah. And all right, can you hear me? TJ. Hopefully we got everybody now. We'll be having them in a second. So Dan, why don't you go ahead and introduce your clients?
Sure, and thank you, Commissioner Paggio, for introducing the application already. As you were saying, it's a Class A license to sell beer, wine, and liquor with a tasting permit. As you mentioned, the hours Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., Sunday, noon to 8 p.m. I believe TJ has a short presentation he'd like to go through, so I'll let him have the bulk of the time and go through it. As we know, everyone's time is precious, and we want to get to any questions if there are some.
Well, it's nice to see you all. Some of you I had the opportunity to present to you, I think it was last week. So I'm TJ Douglas, the CEO and founder of the Urban Grape here in Boston, as well as the Drink Progressively Group, our management company. And we are so excited for the space that we found to bring what we've done in Boston and the Northeast down to South Shot in DC. Some of you have seen this presentation before. You'll see another person on here. That's my wife and business partner, Hadley, who's also on the call. I am really responsible for managing the wine side of things. I do a ton of events, a lot of public speaking. Hadley manages all of the communication for the company, as well as managing the managers. And she sits as president for this. So love to have some questions during or after, but let's just run through this. So the company name is The Urban Grape, and our motto is building community through beverage. We really feel that everyone should be a wine drinker, but not everyone has access to wine in terms of being marketed to or great wine spots within walking distance, not driving distance, right? Walking distance. And we think that the world should be drinking progressively. So our executive summary here, we're the most successful certified MBE brick and mortar and e-commerce store platform in the country. We have a curated mix of wine, spirits, sake, and we're very intentional with who we like to purchase from, the vendors we work with, the producers themselves. We feel that with our platform, it's really our responsibility and frankly, it's our joy to help bring people that look like me and others into this world that is pretty much dominated by, a very archaic, kind of class of industry. And we are very forward thinking, and DC is really going to help us be able to do that with just the diversity within the South Shaw district, but also throughout the entire city of DC. We started our company in 2010. This was after years of me working as a distributor, selling to stores and restaurants, and realizing that I didn't see the hospitality in retail. So I wanted to create that with a physical space, the Urban Grape. Before that, I was in the restaurant industry ever since I was 14 years old. So hospitality is key for me. I want to make everyone feel welcome. When I was in the restaurant industry, I created something called the progressive scale, where people could understand and learn and shop and be educated about wine instead of memorizing places or grape varietals, which is really hard and intimidating to pronounce. We put it on a scale of 1 to 10. So it takes the intimidation out of wine. My wife and I Hadley also wrote a book about this called Drink Progressively in 2017. So this is a picture of our current store in Boston South End. So, we say that this is a liquor store because this is the license that we all have in Massachusetts. It's a package store license, but we are really more than a wine shop, right? We really want to build community through beverage. The way that it's designed, every wine tells a story. And we taste every single wine before we buy it. And we also host free tastings for the communities to let people, whether they're buying or not, just to come in and learn a little bit and taste, and winemakers in town, and distributors and vendors. And it's a really fun experience. Here are some milestones and accolades. We're certified MBE. In 2021, Hadley and I won the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Small Business of the Year. We also won in 21 the Entrepreneur of the Year from Ernst & Young. We're a 4-time top 100 U.S. retail store. We've been featured in New York Times, Wine Spectator, Boston Business Journal, Food and Wine Magazine. And we're a 4-time Inner City 100 winner for one of the top 100 minority-owned businesses in all of the cities. And in 2020, Fortune magazine ranked the Urban Grape among the fastest growing inner city businesses in the U.S. So we're bringing something good to you.
So
Besides,
TJ, in the end, to cut you off here, but we do still have several other items.
Absolutely, let's speed through.
I'll share the PowerPoint with the other commissioners for their information. We'll put it on the website as well.
Perfect.
Perfect.
All right, questions on the part of commissioners. The committee voted to support this new application.
So I don't want to waste time, but you're a wine store, but what makes you unique? I don't quite get it.
So we have a few different market differentiators. The first is our approach to hospitality. Really is much more like a restaurant. So you're greeted when you come in, we hand sell.
Also, our wines are set up by the progressive scale on a scale of 1 to 10. So we don't sell by varietal or region. You won't come in and have a Chardonnay section, a Tuscany section. Our wines are much easier to shop in that way so that we can really work hand in hand with the customer for what they're looking for that exact night. We're also the largest seller of BIPOC produced and owned wines in the country. So, and with DC's interesting federal laws, we actually would be able to import ourselves and sell even more BIPOC produced wines than we're able to in Massachusetts. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to be in DC, was to be able to continue to diversify the products that we sell.
Great.
Other questions?
Yeah, and they have like this great program about offering the opportunity to minorities, and I'm hoping they'll reach out and grab a Howard student to help fulfill that internship at some point. So we are in Howard Shaw, and Howard was founded by Oliver Shaw. So this is a wonderful moment.
Yeah, it's a main reason why we want to be in Shaw, is to grow our program. It's called the Urban Grape Wine Studies Award for students of color, and it's to create access for careers, not just jobs, but careers for people of color in the wine industry. So it's a very intentional decision to come into Shaw.
Okay, other questions from commissioners? Questions from members of the audience? I don't see any hands up. Commissioner Berry, this is in your single member district. The applicants have agreed to enter into a standard voluntary agreement that covers the basic issues that we discussed previously.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Commissioner Berry, what is your pleasure? Would you like to make a motion?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Alex. Yes, I motion to approve this application for Urban Grapes. Does anyone second this motion? Okay, thank you.
Motion was made by Commissioner Berry, seconded by Commissioner McCarty. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hands. Aye.
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 That's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
And,
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Yep. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank
Good night.
you. And the last of our Abra cases is STK, and Manali should already be with us, representing the applicants from Malleus and O'Brien law firm. So who do we have for STK?
Good evening. I think we're waiting for Manal, and this is Alex Tobolsky. I'm Assistant Vice President of Legal, and with me will be Manal. I'm not sure if she's in the waiting room. There will also be Mr. Keith Roach as well, who's a Senior Director of Operations. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Did you want to go ahead and introduce your team?
Yes, I guess everyone is coming in. Manal, why don't you take the lead?
Yes. Hey, everyone. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having us again. This is for STK Steakhouse. It is an application for a C restaurant license, and it will be located in the Marriott Marquis. It's taking the space of the Mike Isabella location. And it's for 100 seats indoors and a total occupancy of 213. And a sidewalk cafe with 76 seats and a total occupancy load of 83. And our hours are Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. And we're happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions on the part of members of the commission? Commissioner Nigro.
So I'm very happy that, because as soon as you said about Mike Isabella's space, I was like, oh my God, that was so long ago now.
Right?
But weren't you the one that weren't you guys downtown at one point, or are we making the story up?
No, absolutely. We were in DuPont,
Yes.
which is now City Tap House. That was pre-COVID. So now we're moving a little bit, but still similar concepts. Still, a modern steakhouse.
Well, great. Welcome.
Oh, thank you,
I
Commissioner.
might go to the bar if you ever.
You'll probably see me there.
So again, the items that are.
Sorry,
slightly-
Mr. Quadro.
Yes.
Good night. Hi, STK team. I just want to raise one of my concerns, which I hope and I believe can be pretty easily addressed. So you're asking for a carryout and delivery endorsement, and that intersection of Massachusetts Avenue is just absolutely dangerous for pedestrians already. I just really want to strongly encourage you, and I've already asked the Transportation Committee for the commission to look into working with DDOT on a resolution for this specific intersection, but there have been tragic accidents time after time in this intersection, a fatality less than a year ago. And so I just really want to make sure that you have a process in place. Hopefully, maybe it's as easy as directing delivery drivers and carry out orders through the main drive-through off of Massachusetts Avenue with the marquee. But I just really want to make sure that we don't end up having Ubers lined up. There's maybe 20 feet between the parking on 10th Street and Massachusetts Avenue, right? And I know that's where they're going to go and try to park and idle and run and grab stuff. And I just want to make sure that we don't add more chaos to an already dangerous intersection. I personally walk my dog there every day, and every day it's gridlock. I have almost gotten hit multiple times myself. So I just really want to make sure that we look at a nice solution to just keep the neighborhood safe, that specific intersection safe. And I don't eat steak, but I'd love to come too. I'll join your shelf for a drink.
No, Commissioner, that's absolutely an issue. It's really difficult for restaurants to control. Obviously, those are third parties. Hopefully, those third parties will use their common sense, will use the hotel's massive drive-in, especially since they can just walk right down. But with that being said, short of it making the most sense, we can't force Uber drivers, to go there. But again, it is what makes the most sense.
Totally
And
understand.
I completely share, your concerns at that intersection.
So Commissioner McCarty, as we discussed yesterday, and as I discussed with Commissioner Berry, and Commissioner Berry has agreed that the Transportation Committee will look at making recommendations to DDOT related to improving traffic and pedestrian safety at 10th Massachusetts, to include the possibility of a pickup and drop-off zone for delivery and pickup carriers. So yes, there are specific hours of carryout and delivery that is specified in the license: Sunday through Thursday, 11 to 11, Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. And yes, also live entertainment inside. Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. And the applicants have agreed to a standard settlement agreement to be submitted with this particular license.
Yes.
So, Commissioner Berry, this is in your single member district.
Yes. I move to approve the application for STK.
So yes, it's a retailer's Class C restaurant license at 901 Massachusetts Avenue.
Retailers class, could you tell me again? I'm sorry, I want to say it correctly.
Class C restaurant.
Class C restaurant, yeah. I move to approve the retailer's Class C application for STK.
At 901 Massachusetts Avenue.
At 901 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest.
And that we should report that to Abra and the ABC board.
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion?
Yeah, please.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Berry, seconded by Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Nigro, I didn't hear you.
Oh, aye.
Great, thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. What we also should do, for all three of these applications is, and I'll make a motion to this effect, is approve the settlement agreements that will be submitted along with our resolution of support. So these are settlement agreements for Queen of Sheba 2, Urban Grapes, and SDK Steakhouse. And I would ask for a second.
Can I just ask, has the Queen of Sheba management, have they agreed to the settlement?
Yes, they've all agreed.
Okay, yep. I'll second.
It's been moved by myself, seconded by Commissioner Lopez. Any further discussion? Hearing none, signify by saying, all in favor, signify by saying aye or raising your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much. And then two things. STK team, do you anticipate needing a stipulated license based on your projected date of opening?
No, no stipulated license will be needed here.
Okay. Queen of Sheba 2 has requested a stipulated license. Commissioners that may not be aware, the ABC board, will have ABRA issue a license in advance of the formal hearing date for the establishment if the commission votes to support the issuance of the license. And I would like to make a motion that ANC 2G support the issuance of a stipulated license for Queen of Sheba 2 trading as Queen's Bar and Lounge, and we submit that to the ABC board. And I would ask for a second. I saw Mr. Brown second the motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hands. Aye.
Aye.
And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So Manali and SDK team, when do you anticipate being able to open?
I'm actually not sure. I think we're a couple of months out, but Alex and Keith may know a little bit better.
Gentlemen, do you have an opening date yet? Maybe not.
Keith, do you want to answer that?
Hey, sorry guys, I was trying to get off mute. We do not have a confirmed opening date, but I would assume it would be within the next 5 to 6 months.
All right, great. We look forward to that.
Look forward to seeing you guys there.
Thank you. Moving on to transportation issues. Roasted Boone Company at 1018 Rhode Island Avenue Northwest is missing support for a public space permit for a new uncovered outdoor sidewalk, and we do have Hannah Melke from Roasted Boone available. Commissioner Lopez, would you like to introduce this item?
Yeah, so Roasted Boone is located at 1018 Rhode Island Avenue Northwest. The Transportation and Public Space Advisory Committee met on Monday, our first meeting of the new commission. This is a sidewalk cafe that has been in operation since 2020, I understand, under the mayor's authorization for temporary sidewalk cafes during the COVID public health emergency. That authorization is expiring soon, so the applicant is seeking a permanent sidewalk cafe. It was explained to the committee that the design of the cafe does not, in the application, doesn't differ from the existing cafe. So there was no concern about the ANC providing its support for this application.
All right, this is in my single member district, and we do have a representative present. Mr. Melke, anything you want to add about your request?
Good evening, commissioners. Nothing new to add. Just for those who do not know me, again, my name is Hannah Melke, owner for the Roasted Boone Coffee Company. We've been in existence for almost 3 years now, I believe in June. And like Commissioner Lopez mentioned, we are looking to get the permanent unenclosed sidewalk cafe through DDOT. We've been notified that that will be rescinded, I believe, by June 1st. an actual deliberation with DDOT will take place on May 25th, I believe. As a result, we've already submitted all our scales. Again, like Commissioner Lopez mentioned, it is the exact same layout as it's been for 3 years. The only thing that changes every year is just the landscape on the plantiers. Other than that, it's same as always, business as usual.
All right. Any questions by members of the commission? Any questions on part of attendees? If not, this is in my single member district, then I'll make a motion that ANC 2G support the application for the public space permit for new uncovered outdoor sidewalk cafe for Roasted Boon at 1018 Rhode Island Avenue Northwest. And then we communicate that to DDOT and the Public Space Committee. And I would ask for a second.
I'll second.
It's been moved by myself, seconded by Mr. Lopez. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Melky. We'll get that uploaded to the top system so that your application can continue to proceed.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Lopez, did you want to take up your several resolutions?
Yeah, I'll start with the Metro for, I think Metro for DC is first. So just as very brief background, towards the end of 2022, led by Ward 6 Councilmember Allen and Council Chairman Mendelson, the council unanimously passed an act called Metro for DC Active in 2022. And this act does a couple things, but there's two provisions in the act that require funding the FY 2024 budget to come to effect. And this is an act that really is meant to, I believe, transform the way that DC residents interact with our public transportation system. And it does this through two ways. First, it will require DDOT to enter into a buy-down agreement with WMATA that will allow DC residents, or really anybody who is boarding a Metro bus, so the WMATA operated buses in the District of Columbia, to ride the bus for free. We know from ridership data that over 50% of Metro bus riders are in households that earn less than $50,000 a year. We also know that Black residents are overrepresented in Metro bus ridership relative to the population of the district. So there's strong equity reasons why free Metro bus ridership is a benefit for our residents. It's a benefit for our students, our workers, and it's a benefit for the economy at large, and has multiple equity benefits here. Free bus service is one thing that needs to get funded in FY24. The other thing that needs to get funded is a commitment from WMATA, which they've already kind of proposed in their FY24 budget, to run at least 12 high ridership bus lines on 24-hour schedules throughout the district with at least 20-minute headways. So riders in those late night buses won't have to wait more than 20 minutes for a bus. Late night bus service is essential for workers, especially a lot of the service workers that and patrons of service establishments in our ANC. Two of the bus lines that would be included in the 24-hour bus service directly serve our ANC. One is the 70 bus, which serves 7th Street and Georgia Avenue. And the other is the 90 bus, which serves U Street, Florida Avenue corridors. As I said, the funding for these two provisions for the free buses and the 24-hour buses is contingent on council funding it in 2024. And so I've drafted a resolution which I've circulated with the commissioners to request two things: that the council fund the free bus service and the nighttime bus service in the 2024 budget first, and second, because it was left off of the list of nighttime buses, to include the G8 bus, which runs on Rhode Island Avenue, and is also a high ridership bus in the list of buses for night ridership. or 24-hour bus service. And that is essentially the explanation. I know that there have been some stories about whether or not the funding will be available to this for this. Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Allen released a statement saying that they were going to be looking for funding for this in the budget. So I think that this is an opportunity for the ANC to provide support for those two council members to fund this transformational transit bill. And I would request support from the ANC to communicate the resolution to DDOT, or not to DDOT, rather to the Transportation and Environment Committee at the council.
All right, discussion?
I just don't think we know enough. I feel that, or maybe it's, I'll just speak for myself, enough details in terms of if the city government is in trouble with, funding this program and other programs. And that's a concern that's on the horizon, I think, for many cities. And our city, as is blatantly obvious, we're going to have a tax revenue problem because of people not coming to the city.
One of the best ways to get people into the city is to have workers in the city who are able to serve, are able to serve people at restaurants, who are able to.
But Alex, no one's going to the restaurants. If I work in Chinatown, it's deserted.
Part of this act is supposed to, it's supposed to draw ridership onto Metrobus, and
I get it. We don't have to prolong this, but I'm just saying that I just don't feel comfortable because it just, I think we're borderline in trouble. So I'll leave it at that.
I'm going to voice my concerns as well. Like, I'm going to repeat a lot of things that I said at the transportation meeting. I did not vote in support of this, mainly because, and I take issue with our resolution saying that this is to help Black residents, because Black residents have lived in the city for a long time. And DC has done nothing to help with Black ridership until the area has gentrified. So I do see that as a slap in the face, especially as a person who only rode the bus and the metro. And I'm going to also say that the safety of this measure of buses running 24 hours does not seem like something that is doable in the city unless there's going to be a police officer on the bus. If you're mentioning service workers and people who work at night, they're going to be riding the bus with their tips or making them a target per se. I just see it as a problem. The details are not worked out. The money that this could cost, there are other programs that that DC could fund to make the city a better place at this moment right now. I don't want to support something that does not focus or detail how safety will be addressed. I don't want to support the resolution as it stands in writing, where you highlight that Black residents will benefit from this, because I see that as a huge slap in the face. I think many Black residents will. I don't speak for all Black people, but I do speak for some of them, and that is a slap in the face. So when you're writing that, so I please ask that you consider that. And I also think that the idea that this is to support service professionals or people who work in the, industry where they don't have transportation options from the time of midnight to 4 a.m. I think that is a dangerous thing that we're not addressing it. I don't know the equity that will be provided, if it's provided 24/7, if it will go throughout the entire district, if it will go to Black neighborhoods, or if it will only go to predominantly gentrified neighborhoods. There needs to be more details given to us before we support it.
So can I address 2 points? One, the statistics about the low income ridership and the Black ridership are part of the equity analysis that was conducted as part of the process for passing this bill through council, which passed unanimously. Secondly, this is a map of the high ridership bus service that will be funded for 24-hour bus service under this act, which includes bus lines that travel and serve all 8 wards of the district.
Yes, so DC is a gentrified area. The nickname for DC is the Chocolate City. It's not totally gentrified at the moment. People who take the bus take it because that is what they can afford at the moment. And sometimes because it is the most convenient, they don't have to make transfers. I'm speaking as a bus rider, but DC is not doing this to help support Black residents and low income people. There is another reason for this. And so putting that in there suggests that this is to help them. And that is not what the benefit, that is not the reason this is happening. This is to support a city that doesn't use cars, that doesn't need drivers, and to reduce that, to reduce emissions. So I feel like I'm telling you something as a Black woman, and you can take it and you can take it however you need it to be received, and you can just use it and be like, oh, these are my facts, or you could listen to me and hear me when I say that it is a slap in the face because the bus has been unsafe for quite some time now. They are not doing this for Black and low income residents.
Okay, I think I disagree fundamentally with that statement. This will help lower income residents. It's been demonstrated, you know, that's what the ridership statistics say. It'll help Black and brown residents. 38% of households in our ANC don't have a car. 75% of households in our DC do not use cars for commuting transportation. This will help people in our ANC as well as across the district. So I fundamentally disagree with those assertions.
We do have one community comment from Christine. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just really quickly, because I brought this up on Tuesday at the TAC meeting. I just agree that given current projections, budget projections from the district's office of the chief financial officer for seeing decreases in sales and property taxes in the coming years based on just the situation as it stands, that we can't get around that. That the city can't afford this. I think it's a waste. I think, you know, this seems to be scratching the itch of legacy making among lawmakers rather than a true demand from residents. People are clamoring for Metro to provide more reliable and safer service, not free service. The bus already remains one of the most cost-effective ways to get around town. You know, I agree with Commissioner Lopez that late night or 24-hour service would be a real boon for service industry workers, but there's a long road to hoe before we get to that benefit, I think. So I think from a fiscal standpoint, it's irresponsible. Over.
Plus, there's nothing open late at night. At the moment, it's dead. The end.
Commissioner Lopez, were you able to incorporate my suggested amendment that in the event that the full package couldn't be funded, that the late night service would be including the routes that we had discussed?
I neglected to include that in the draft, but I can include that as a verbal amendment in the motion.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, why don't you go ahead and make your motion? Let's see if we get votes here.
Yeah, okay, so I make the motion that ANC 6E adopt a resolution that ANC 6E, ANC 2B rather, excuse that, request that the Metro for DC Act of 2022 be fully funded in the District of Columbia fiscal year 2024 budget. That ANC 2B requests that the route G8, the Rhode Island Avenue route, be added to the list of Metro bus lines to receive all-night service under Metro for All. And third, in the event that the Metro for DC Act of 2022 is not fully funded in the 2024 DC budget, that the late night bus service be prioritized in funding or something. I could wordsmith that, but essentially I'll add that third where therefore clause at the end of the resolution. And that this resolution be communicated to the DC Council Committee on Transportation and the Environment.
And is there a second?
Can I make a quick friendly
What was
amendment?
Alex
the
supposed to
motion?
add? I don't understand. Wait, did you add
The-
Alex's thing?
Yes, that
Okay.
late night service be prioritized if the full act wasn't funded in its entirety.
Stephen?
I just want to make a quick friendly amendment to correct the motion to reflect 2G and not 2B. If you'll accept that, Alex.
Thank you. I'm having a heck of a time
Hey.
adjusting to these new acronyms.
We're on 4.5 right now hours, but I will second with the prioritization of the late night buses.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your
Aye.
hand. 1, 2, 3. All noes. Noes, raising hands. 2 abstentions. And 1 abstention. So we've got 3, 2, and 1. So the motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioner Potter, do you want to share your resolution? I haven't actually read it. I'm sorry, the one that was circulated about the yellow line. I'll talk briefly about the WMATA budget. So
Why
WMATA.
don't you do those and then I'll bring mine up last.
Okay, I'll do the Rhode Island Avenue.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So Commissioner from ANC 5E reached out to me, letting me know that they were proposing a resolution to, at request DDOT, make changes, fix the sidewalks on Rhode Island Avenue in Bloomingdale, which are narrow and uneven, and the sidewalks in our area of Shaw on Rhode Island Avenue are also narrow and uneven. We know that narrow and uneven sidewalks are can present tripping hazards. They are hazardous, especially they create obstructions for residents with disabilities, seniors, people pushing strollers. So in the interest of providing for greater mobility and accessibility, pedestrian access along Rhode Island Avenue, this resolution requests that DDOT make address specific sidewalk infrastructure issues on the following blocks of Rhode Island Avenue. The 500 block on the south side, the 500 block on the north side, the 600 block on the north side, the 700 block on the south side, and the 800 block on the south side. Resolution further requests that DDOT consult with 2G regarding options to widen sidewalks in these locations, including options that do not require tree removal, because obviously these trees are, they're very valuable. They provide a number of benefits for our community. And finally, the resolution calls on DDOT to prioritize pedestrian infrastructure. This is more of a policy request to prioritize pedestrian infrastructure conditions through planning and implementation of improved service level agreement timelines for sidewalk repairs and crosswalk restripings, more thorough and consistent pedestrian condition assessments, and more regular repair and improvements of sidewalks and pavement markings. So that was a mouthful. If it's helpful, I could kind of share the text here.
Or any discussion on the part of members of the commission?
I have a question. Are we saying that we are not going to address the uneven sidewalk until the trees are addressed? Is that what we're doing, or?
So we're I think we're expressing. So this resolution not prescriptive about how the sidewalks are fixed, but it does request that DDOT consult with 2G regarding options, including options that do not require tree removal. I think that the trees along Rhode Island Avenue are very important, and that we should be finding ways to make our sidewalks accessible while preserving these heritage trees. But this resolution is not prescriptive in terms of how we like to see DDOT. We want to see them bring us ideas about how to make the sidewalk accessible.
Yeah, the reality is that unfortunately, I think it probably will require some tree removal, but you know, we'll let the experts tell us that.
Are we holding back on fixing the sidewalks because of the trees, or like further putting pedestrians in danger at the moment? Is that the suggestion?
That's not my suggestion.
Okay.
No,
Okay. So we're going to
not-
do something to address the issue, though.
Yeah, it's not mine either, because over the years that I've been serving the community, we've done everything that we could on the 700 block to try to preserve those trees. But right now, we've got too many people in scooters and wheelchairs going into the street, you know, taking their lives in their hands to try to get around that sidewalk. So I can't justify keeping those trees unless DDOT has a very creative approach. All right, any further discussion on the part of members of the commission? Anything from the remaining attendees? I don't see any hands. Commissioner Brown.
No, the areas where the trees have just outgrown the sidewalk, it's just next to impossible for anybody that's handicapped to get by. They have to come up with some type of resolution on how to deal with that. I can imagine in the wintertime, people getting killed because they cannot navigate those little narrow ways.
All right. Commissioner Lopez, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that ANC 2G adopt this resolution as drafted and communicate it to DDOT.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Lopez, seconded by Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in
Just to
favor?
be clear, I'm unclear. I'm sorry. I thought at the meeting we said that we were going to ask them for solutions on how to get around using the trees. Commissioner Brown just said that, you know, we have to do something right away. Commissioner Padro said that we cannot, you know, sacrifice the lives of the pedestrians and handicap, you know. So are we voting to get a solution right now, or are we voting to fix this issue right away? That's my question, because it's not clear to me with how it was presented, and I needed to be clear.
Yeah, so let me try attempt to clarify. This resolution, I'm not trying to be prescriptive. I'm not requesting that we fix the sidewalks in any particular way, but I am requesting that DDOT, it will likely require the work of multiple teams within DDOT, but that they acknowledge, or they prioritize fixes to the the clear accessibility issues that we have on Rhode Island Avenue, and work with the ANC to select options that mitigate those barriers. My strong preference, which is not, I mean, it's not clearly articulated in this resolution, but my strong preference is that the trees would stay. And I don't know what that would look like. Perhaps that would require routing the sidewalk around both sides. Maybe there's some other options, but you know, frankly, the sidewalk condition is atrocious, and it creates real safety issues for people.
So Grace Reader provided a little clarification here.
Yeah.
Are heritage trees, so it would likely take a few different groups within DDOT to come up with a solution. But she's elevated the request of DDOT regarding the sidewalks. She did a walkthrough in 2G last Friday and on Tuesdays. So she will also share this resolution with them.
Okay, so we're voting to move forward with the trees in mind, but to still move forward with solving that problem. Yes. Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarity.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. So Alex, do you want me to introduce this resolution about the yellow line in lieu of the WMATA FY24 budget?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna drop something in the chat. This is a link to the, oh, sorry, to everyone. This is a link to the WMATA FY24 budget, which they currently have a survey open that I think closes on the March 15th. There are a couple items that will directly affect our ANC that's important for people to be able to weigh in on. One, which Commissioner Padro's resolution will address, is that the yellow line trains will turn around at Mount Vernon Station. They will not go any further north than Mount Vernon. The trade-off there is that the frequency of the yellow and green line trains will increase to every 10 to 12 minutes, or from every 10 to 12 minutes during the daytime, which it is today, to 6 minutes. So it'll be fast. You will have to transfer at Mount Vernon if you want to go to, let's say, National Airport, but the transfer will be faster because there's only 6 minutes between trains. And then late night service, the headways will decrease from 15 minutes between trains to 10 minutes between trains. So that's the trade-off that we're looking at. Commissioner Padro at the Transportation Committee advised that the ANC should weigh in, requesting that Metro run the yellow line trains further north past Mount Vernon, and I'll let Chair Padro elaborate on that request.
Sure. So the resolution makes note of the fact that for many years the yellow line ended at Mount Vernon Square, and anybody that was going north, had to get out and change for the green line, increasing commuter times, and it was very inefficient. One of the reasons that it was decided to run the yellow line all the way through to the end of the line was in order to be able to increase the frequency of service and reduce the delays that users of the Metro who are going to destinations north of Mount Vernon Square, including Shaw and U Street, would have to incur. So in the FY24 budget, the proposal is, as Commissioner Lopez indicated, to resume the previous practice of having the yellow line end at Mount Vernon Square. So this resolution urges WMATA to not terminate the yellow line service at Mount Vernon Square, but to not make any changes in the current stations being served by the yellow line, especially in light of the fact that currently Metro Rail is suffering from a loss of ridership and loss of reliability. And the last thing you want to do is to make it less reliable and to make it less convenient for current users. So that's the point of the resolution. So, questions?
So this is another money issue, but this time specifically, I mean, just
a little closer to home here because the stations that serve our constituents are.
Wow.
Questions? Well, hearing none, I'll move that ANC 2G, approve the resolution regarding the continuation of the current yellow line service in FY24. I would ask for a second. Maybe there isn't a second. Maybe we don't need this resolution. Okay. Motion fails for lack of a second. Administrative items. Obviously, we're not going to get into standard procedures because we have not yet had a meeting of the whole in order to try to adopt them. Hopefully, we'll do that for the next month. Approval of minutes of the February 9th, 2023 meeting. I submitted some very modest changes. If anyone else has any changes, please also submit them to Karen Gailey. But would someone make a motion to support the approval of the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Brown, seconded by Commissioner Nigro. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hands. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Approval of expenses, Commissioner Brown.
Just quickly, the bank has the application and everything for the account to be open. They had some issues that they had to resolve internally. So I'm waiting to hear back from them. So as soon as they get back to me, I submit everything to the Office of ANC for approval before I can write checks.
So, hey,
Just for
Tony,
information. Yes.
was he supposed to call me?
I left everything at the bank. He said he's got to resolve those issues internally. So he will call
Okay.
you at that time.
Okay.
It's a brand new account. I think he's not familiar with the process. And we've talked to the Office of ANC already. So between them. Okay, sorry for the delay in payments. Sheila, did you have any expenses for this month?
No, I do not.
Okay, good. Right. And Rochelle, you sent in one last Uber request, right?
So 2 Ubers and 1 FedEx.
I see one Uber.
No, there's 2. There was 1 earlier, and then I found the other Uber because it was back and forth through the Department of Buildings.
Okay. I've got the $10.93 one.
I think that one was like $11.
Anything specific?
Oh, here.
Okay, while you look at that, I'd like to make a motion that we reimburse Alex Padro for the Zoom for this month's meeting in the amount of $83.74.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay.
So motion has been made by Commissioner Brown, seconded by Commissioner McCarty. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Rochelle?
Aye.
Okay. That's 5 nays, abstentions. I abstain because I'm the recipient. So that's
Right.
5-0-1.
Okay. Okay. I make another motion to reimburse Alex Padro, well, not Alex Padro, I'm sorry, that we pay Karen Yaley the amount of $275 for the notes in the internet upkeep, the amount of $275.
Is there a second?
I second that.
It's been moved by Commissioner Brown, seconded by Commissioner Barry. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your hands. Aye.
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 That's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Okay. I make a motion that we reimburse Rochelle Nigro the amount of $20.87 for reproduction costs to FedEx. By
Is there a second?
FedEx.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I second that.
Reproduction costs.
By Commissioner Brown, second by Commissioner Barry. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
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 Nays, abstentions. Commissioner Nigro.
Nigro. Rochelle.
Just to myself.
Yes.
Right.
I'm not supposed to vote.
I said
Abstention.
abstention, Commissioner Nigro. So motion passes 5-0-1.
Okay. I have a reimbursement. I can make a motion that we reimburse Rochelle Nigro the amount of $10.93 for Uber ride to a meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
What was the meeting?
The
Nancy Mary
lovely
said.
Department of Buildings open house.
Okay.
It was fantastic.
All right. Thank you.
Motion made by Commissioner Brown, seconded by Commissioner Barry. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your hands. Aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions, 1.
Abstention.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0-1.
Okay. All right.
And then the return trip was, or the true trip to go to it was $16.95, but it doesn't seem to want to forward to you at the moment.
Okay. Just forward me that.
I'm
again,
trying to.
please.
I'm
Okay.
trying to. $16.95.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we reimburse Rochelle Nigro the amount of $16.95 for Uber ride to a meeting for the Department of Buildings.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been moved by Commissioner Brown, second by Commissioner Berry. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, abstentions? 1.
Right.
Motion passes 501.
Okay, and that is all that we have. Total expenses this month is approximately $415. I'll have these reports to everybody as soon as I get the checks written.
All right.
I have a question really quick, not about expenses, really quick. I want to have access to the recordings of these meetings. I'm going to post them on my YouTube page. So I don't have currently, when I've seen the videos, I haven't been able to upload them on there for some reason. If I could be given access to do that, that would be great. I would appreciate that.
So Alex, forward her the thing that you forwarded me last month.
Sure. Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, it takes a couple of hours to process, but in the morning I can send it to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, just really quick in the chat, there's something going on I want to address. Someone said something about cutting down the trees. I want to preserve the trees, but not at the expense of other people's lives. If there is a way that we can preserve the trees, I'm interested in exploring all of those possibilities. I do not want to make walking unsafe for pedestrians or for anyone who is traveling down that corridor. So I wanted to address that publicly. I do care about history, is very important to me. Also, we did not get a second for the metro, continuing past this stop instead of turning around at this stop. But I do think it's something that maybe we could talk about earlier in the meeting when there's more people here to get more feedback, because I think, Alex, you'll have more support of that from people that live here, because a lot of people live here because of the proximity to the metro.
Okay, so you're suggesting that we should put it on the agenda for the next meeting?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot more people would want to know why, the metro is turning around here.
We can
And so why you can't take a train straight to Reagan. I think a lot more people would want to know that.
All right, then we will do so. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you.
The hour is late. Thank you all for your service and your long hours. We actually have 9 non-commissioner attendees that have hung on until the end of the meeting. We want to certainly thank them for their attention. Our next meeting is scheduled for April the 13th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. again via Zoom. Agenda and log information will be posted at the website at anc2g.org. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I second.
Been moved by Commissioner Brown, and I saw Commissioner McCarty's hand go up very ahead of everyone else's for a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hands.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned at 11:21 p.m.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy cherry blossom.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Let's go out, everyone. Come on.
Let's go. Where you wanted to meet?
Where are we going? Are you going to go? But everything's closed.
I know. We'll do it another day.
If things are open.
Yeah.
Okay, goodbye.
Good night, all.